with us. Please, if you could find your seats, that'd be very helpful. Thank you. All right. Please, I'd like everyone to settle down so that we can kick off. Thank you. All right. Good morning once again. It's a huge pleasure to have you all here with us. You're welcome to the Energy Sustainability Conference Day 2. Yesterday was power packed with a lot of wonderful discussions, panel sessions that were very insightful, debate, counter debates, all leading to one particular goal, and that is driving energy transition in Africa. First of all, I would like for us to put our hands together for the Energy Institute of Africa for putting this wonderful conference together. Thank you. My name is Kolamide, and I'm going to be your host for today's wonderful event. Just like yesterday, we have power-packed keynote speakers, panel sessions, just to, give us that edge over our mates that didn't make it here. And of course, I'm not forgetting our online audience today. If you're joining us from Zoom or YouTube, whatever platform it is, we say hi to you. Now, to kick off day 2 of the Energy Sustainability Conference, I'd like for us to rise to our feet and sing the national anthem. Thank you very much. You can have your seats. All right. Today is day 2 of the Energy Sustainability Conference. And I'm just going to run us through the processions of today. We're going to be having a wonderful keynote address, a keynote panel, and 3 panel sessions. Right? In the middle of that, there should be a fireside chat. I'll confirm the availability of that. But for now, we go into things proper. I saw some people chewing their mouths during the national anthem, but it doesn't matter now. It's okay. It's okay. Now we're going to go for our welcome address. I would like to bring up a very important person in our midst. She is an energy economist by background with over 17 years experience. Currently holds the distinguished position of the head of strategic partnerships at the Energy Institute UK. She has a very pioneering spirit, and it truly shown because she assumed the role of the inaugural managing director of the Energy Institute Africa. She is someone who champions gender equality in the energy sector and holds the distinction of being one of the founding members of the Women in Nigeria and Women in Energy Nigeria, I beg your pardon, and a member of the contributor to the Powerful Women in UK initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think she needs any more introduction because we saw her yesterday. Put your hands together for the wonderful Yewande Abiose.
I don't know if anyone has done such a long intro before at our own conference. But Kolamide, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome to the Energy Sustainability Conference. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us today. Um, I just thought to just say a few words about the Energy Institute and then down to the Energy Sustainability Conference. For those online, we apologize for starting later than planned. But yes, Energy Institute is a professional organization, and our focus is really to promote best practice in energy. So that's oil and gas, power, and renewable energy. And we do this through capacity building programs that we run, so trainings. We do charterships for engineers and non-engineers. What makes us special is that we're not discipline specific, I beg your pardon. So you can be an economist, you can be a finance person. As long as you're in energy or you have some interest in energy, you're very welcome to join the Energy Institute. So we have individual membership and we also have corporate membership. Our corporate membership is in two folds. So you can join as a company. We have one or two companies here already that are members of the Energy Institute. But there's something called the Technical Partnership Program. Some of you might have heard of the IP standards and other standards that just seem familiar. Energy Institute is the custodian of those standards. So you're wondering, how do we confirm that this particular pump is supposed to be maintained in this way? That's part of the body of work that the Energy Institute does, and we put it out there, and people use this publication, they use this material to know how best to perform at their work on a daily basis. Other things we offer are benefits to our members. Take, for instance, events like this. One very popular one that you might have heard of is the International Energy Week. It used to be called International Petroleum Week. It's happening in February in London, and I'm a part of this team, and it would be really great to see everyone in London in February. You're very invited to come for IE Week. One of our board members of IE Week is also seated here in front, and the agenda is really interesting. If you'd like to sponsor or your organization would like to sponsor IE Week, I'm here all day, so please just look for me and let's have a quick chat. Regarding individual membership, there's a lady just right at the back there. Her name is Anu. She's in charge of Energy Institute in Nigeria. Anything you need to know about your individual membership, if you need any information about trainings, she's the lady to speak to. Anu, well done. You've done a fantastic job. We're really proud of you. So that's, oh, she stood up. Well done. Um, Next up is about Energy Sustainability Conference. About 5 years ago, our chairman, Mr. Austin Olonshola, and the committee came up with the idea of doing a conference that was just different. There are lots of conferences on. In fact, as we speak, there's one on. And we realized that it's always very specific to maybe one discipline or one sector. And we just, as Energy Institute, realized that a lot of problems we face is never sectoral, it's never discipline, it's energy as a whole. And the conference today is really to do that, to address issues in energy, but not just about finance, not just speaking about what the future looks like, but really how do we sustain the businesses within energy so that it lasts the test of time, and we also maintain an environment that our children's children can possibly enjoy. And that's how sustainability came about. Why is sustainability important? It's important to include our women in conversations. It's important to include young people in conversations. It's important to include every sector, no matter how buoyant or unbuoyant they are financially. It's important that we hear from them. And Energy Institute wants to be that voice in Africa, articulating sustainability as it relates to energy. So there were 3 goals for us this year, and 2 we won, meaning 2 we passed. 1 we failed. I'm not telling you which one it is. But one of the things we said is we want to make sure that our agenda is very mixed, meaning a good number of women and a good number of men. I can tell that, please, a bit louder. Thank you. And the second point we tried to do this year also was just to make sure that we can't be talking about sustainability considering the UN SDGs and not consider how we're also faring as an organization. We want to be that example that other organizations would want to emulate. And that's why we decided that this year we're going to make the conference smaller. We're going to print less. we're going to make sure that we use things that can be reused. These boxes you see here, we're just going to reuse them again next year. We want to make sure that we can't just be dictating net zero and not be an example of net zero. So the third one, I'm definitely not telling you, but just know by next year, I'm definitely going to tell you because we're going to succeed with that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming today. Over to you, Kolamide.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Yewande Abiosa. In the spirit of reusing, I hope I am reused next year as your MC. But quickly, we're going over to our keynote address. And to deliver the keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special man. He's the founder and CEO of ZKJ Energy Partners Limited, has over 25 years experience in infrastructure, energy markets, and power development. He was the pioneer MD CEO of the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. He also led the regulatory and transactions team of the Presidential Task Force on Power. Ladies and gentlemen, give a resounding round of applause for Rumundaka Wanodi.
How do I manage my slides?
Did you give it to tech team?
Yes.
Oh, they'll have it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Um, Let me say that it's a great honor to be here. It's a privilege, but I don't know if it's a pleasure because energy transition, it's a big subject. It's very varied. I have 30 minutes to cover the little I know about it. So it might be a little challenging. Can I, and I will go through slides. I have a lot of them, but let me start by saying that energy transition, I have a personal journey. So 25 years, I've done energy, I've done electricity, I've relied on, talked about oil, but primarily gas in electricity and what it can do. I know about coal, and when I was running the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, we were looking at technologies that we could use to drive and increase generation. Primarily was gas. We even looked at coal, and then with a little derivation, we looked at solar. Because it came very expensive. People tried to sell solar at 17 cents per kilowatt hour, when at the time we're looking at gas was at 7.5 cents, 8 cents. So at 18, 17 cents per kilowatt hour, it didn't make sense at all. I mean, there was nothing. But fast forward to today, things are very different, right? And if you stay in a little cocoon and stay where you are, you might never know exactly what is happening, right? Next slide. So this is the outline for the presentation. I might as well watch it with you so that I know, be sure. First, I'd like to put the energy system and in context for the conversation before we start looking at policy reforms across the globe, Africa, and then back home in Nigeria, and then talk about technology, issues of resilience, and conclusion. But these will be some little bits. Next slide. The preamble, please. Well, the preamble that I have is just to preface the conversation by saying a few things about energy transition. One of the biggest challenges facing energy transition is denial of climate change and the transition in itself. So many people You tell them there is energy transition, there is climate change, and they will point you at the benefits. So one of the benefits of climate change is that it gets warmer. So if you're in temperate regions, you have longer warm days, and it could actually boost your agricultural output because you have longer growing seasons. So people can point to that and tell you, look, there's nothing wrong with global warming, and then that could be part of it. And then, if you're in Nigeria, in some places, and you have a lot of gas and oil, you might also say, what transition? Here we are doing very well. Energy transition is driven by, the policies are usually driven by so many factors. The very first one is energy security, right? So whatever you do, you want to be secure, you want to have energy within yours. National aspirations, how do you want to lift your people out of poverty, and what you want to do. Economic factors, the cost of the technology, what it costs you to do that. Then the availability of the technology, environmental concerns, and public opinion. So once you get people behind you, at times things move faster. But most importantly, I single this out. What others are doing is also very important. You have to watch others because it would definitely affect you. And then, of course, whatever you do, you have to walk the talk. Next slide. Energy in context. Next slide. I think one of the things I found out going through this is that there are repository of data that you could use. One of them is actually the BP Statistical Review of Energy. So I went in there and I saw that they had actually decided to transfer that whole document to the Energy Institute, right? And they're working with KPMG and Kearney to manage that. So that is one, if you're looking at data on energy, that's a good resource. So one of the things you find out, and this is coupled by oil data, but this is cumulative emissions over the years, right? So you see what people have done. That's Europe there. Each year is about, if you combine EU and the other Europe, you're looking at about 32%. And then you have United States at 24. You see China at 14, India at 3.7, and then Africa at 2.9. Why is this important, right? Because equity. When people ask you not to pollute, you have to look at historical, because it's not today's pollution that causes climate change. It's over the years, and carbon can stay in the air for 200, 300 years, methane for a few other, shorter period of time. So this is important in the conversation. Next slide. Now, this is what is currently happening. That is China. China is belching about 31% of today's energy. And then you can see the ramp. And while you look at this and say that they're emitting, there's something that is going on. They're building their country. They're powering their economy. The next one is India. India has become a country to watch, right? And then you can see Africa. For all that is going on in Africa, South Africa, for all the cumulative, accounts for about half of what Africa had emitted, because they have a lot of coal plants, quite an industrialized society. Next slide. Now, this is the total energy consumption. You put everything together, the oil, the coal, and then this is what is currently going on. So North America, North Africa, North America is below. You can see China. You can see India at 6%, and Africa is just about 3.8%. So the whole of Africa continent is doing about half what India is doing. Next slide just shows how you have a transition of energy throughout the time for pre-industrial. Pre-industrial period is 1850 to 1900. So you look at that big chunk of brown is wood, and traditional, so you cut wood and then you use it, so biomass. And then coal comes in. You can see when oil came in and displaced a little bit of coal, then natural gas, then the blue one is hydro, and then those little ones are the renewables where we are putting our trust for all that transition. That's where the hope is. And that will grow to take out all these dark parts. Next slide. The last thing I will show you before we start this discussion, I will still come back to some data, is to see how the primary energy is happened and where the renewables is tracking, how it's tracking over the time. So one of the countries showed 14%, that probably was hydro, and then it's gone down over a period, and then you get to 2000 and the year 2000, things begin to change. You can see how it's tracking for every part of the world. China, India, EU, USA, and then there's the uptrack of renewable energy. Next slide. So climate change key drivers, we know them, anthropogenic things that the humans do. Greenhouse gas emissions from burning anything that has carbon, and then also you have some non-carbon greenhouse gases. Deforestation, when you take out and cut trees, you are taking away a natural sink that traps carbon dioxide. We know plants taking carbon dioxide and breathe out oxygen, the reverse of human or at least animals. Industrial activities, cement, steel, what have you. Land use, change of land. What do you do with land? You go from agriculture or every other thing. And then, of course, you're cutting grass, you're paving them. All of that lead to some form of this. And then waste management, those things. So we're getting to the policies. We wanted to do a little bit of how these were developed, but I wasn't sure how much we can contain. But the truth of the matter is that, in the 1970s, initially, the thinking was more about pollution. So if you go to America, you have the Clean Air Act of 1963. All that was about pollution. Most people were more concerned about the soot that they see, the fog they see, But after a while, people begin to notice that there is something that is actually happening, right? That there is some form of climate interference by human activities. And in 1988, the United Nations Environmental Program, part of the set up the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change. And their primary responsibility is to use scientific evidence. So they do assessment, they look at the world and say what's going on. They put these assessment reports which feed into another arm of the UN called the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. UNFCCC is primarily responsible. It's like the highest organ of international bodies that come together to make treaties and agreements. So they have all the conference of parties that you see. So IPCC feeds UNFCCC with the assessment and information that drives and helps them come to policies. The critical policies they've come with over time. The first one came from Conference of Parties. 3 is the Kyoto Protocol. And then subsequently, the one that we know now is the Paris Agreement, which came from COP21 out of 2015. Next slide, please. So Kyoto Protocol, the whole idea and the target was to see that about 6 greenhouse gases could be reduced and eliminated over time: carbon dioxide, hydrofluorocarbon, PFC, sulfur dioxide, all them things. And it was adopted in 1997 in Kyoto. The protocol was mandating 37 industrialized nations and European Union, requiring a 55.2 decrease below 1990 levels. For most of the developed countries, especially in the West, 1990 was when their emissions peaked. So most of the time, they benchmark that to say, on 1990 levels, what and where are we going down to? And to get that below that between a first commitment period of 2008 and 2012. And then there were some flexible market mechanisms that were introduced. There was the joint implementation that would allow country to come together, where developed nations would invest in a developing nation to build something like a sink, something that counters carbon emission, right? So it's more like you plant grass in Africa, I pollute in Europe, and continue to build my economy. Same thing, clean development mechanism, just about the same thing, but this time it was more about companies investing in projects in developing countries and then using that to offset their carbon emission. And then, so those were it, but somewhere along the line, the Kyoto Protocol never went far. There were issues about if I have a project in Africa, I have to prove that I would not have done that project except, just for, that I'm doing it just for carbon, as a carbon sink, right? So it's very difficult to prove that I'm planting farms, I'm going to agriculture just for that, right? So it's very difficult. And one other problem was that the recording was done out of the developed countries, right? So you do the project, then they give you a high fee, lawyers, environmentalists, all the scientists will come to your project in Africa and give you a bill of 1.2 million to prove that your project is there. So it's like upfront advisory, and it was very expensive for government. So after a time, it never got anywhere. But the next one, finally, was to go into the Paris Agreement, which came in 2015. Basically, the Paris Agreement was slightly different. It forced or brought parties to each person to agree that it will come down to, it will take some certain actions to help meet the target. So the first thing was to set a target and say, look, we want to make sure that by the turn of the century, the warming of the globe, the global warming, would not exceed 2 degrees centigrade from pre-industrial period. So now we have agreed that it is 1 degree above pre-industrial period, and if it went any further, then it would cause more damage. So the first agreement that, well, we'll try to keep everything at 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees, but what we need to do is that every country has to have what we call nationally determined contribution. So what am I going to do? How do I reduce my emissions or my carbon intensity over the period to meet the target that the world has set? And then, again, one other thing it did was
we have 4 speakers and 1 host to be taking the floor and discussing this very important topic. Now, the first person I'm bringing on, she is an executive director in the gas power business of General Electric, where she's responsible for the go-to-market strategy. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Chemical Engineering, a Master's in Process Engineering, both from the University of Lagos, Akoka, and an MBA in the Business School of Netherlands. I'm also an Akokite, so I want you guys to give a resounding round of applause for Oluwatoyin Abegunde, greatest of the greatest Akokites. Our next guest is a seasoned executive. Our next guest is a seasoned executive with 18 years experience across the oil and gas value chain. She currently serves as the 2nd from Total Energies EP Nigeria Limited in the capacity of the General Manager, Operations of Gas Aggregation Company Nigeria Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Yetunde Odejobi. Okay, and our next speaker, our next speaker, I beg your pardon, is a partner and co-head of the Energy and Natural Resources practice at Templars. He has 2 decades of legal and commercial experience, holds a law degree from the University of Jos and a master's degree in law from the University of London. His role is currently the General Counsel and the partner and co-head Energy and Natural Resources at Templars. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dayo Okunsami. Okunsami. Hope I didn't botch your name, sir. I'm trying my best. Sorry. Jumpy. Yeah. Here. Yes. Okay. Last but not least, she is a highly accomplished energy law expert with almost 2 decades of remarkable experience in commercial law, risk management, project finance, compliance, corporate law, and governance. She holds a BL from the Nigerian Law School and an LLB from the University of Maiduguri. She's an associate member from the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators UK. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the COO of Genesis Energy, Amina Onifade. Now, to moderate this session, or to host this session, is a very, very important man in our midst. He is the CEO of Aradel Holdings. He's a graduate of Electrical and Electronics Engineering from the University of Ibadan. He holds an MBA. I can see Ibadan people in the building. Okay. He holds an MBA from the Warwick Business School, Coventry, in the United Kingdom. He was previously the Managing Director and Group Chief Operating Officer at the Oilserve Group of companies based in Port Harcourt. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Bite Falade. Sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Wow. Let me first of all thank our keynote speaker for what I think has been a very insightful, data-driven presentation. You just made our job a whole lot easier. Thank you for helping me in particular to lay the canvas of what we're going to be talking about. You've made my job very easy. I think I have the easiest job here today. And I'm also very happy to be moderating this keynote panel. We have a very solid team of experts who will be helping us to unpack the keynote lecture that we just had. They've been introduced, and I like the flavor of where they cover from legal. It's too late for me to be a lawyer. The two next persons to me are lawyers, but one of them is a lawyer in should I say in business, and the other one is a lawyer in practice. So we get a good flavor of legal perspective, both from law, policy, and also from practice. And then the two wonderful ladies to my far left, they are not lawyers, and I'm sure they are glad that they are not lawyers. To be a dull word if we are all lawyers. But together we will be looking a bit more closely at the issue of empowering our future, our energy future. And we'll be looking at it from the lens of policy. We'll be looking at it from the lens of innovations and technology. And we'll be looking at it from the lens of resilience. And I think one of the key points made by the speaker is how fragile for our own country in particular, our energy landscape is. How fragile in terms of what it becomes if we get exposed to a shock. So hopefully we'll be able to do that within the first part, and then leave the second part for you to ask your questions, and then we will try to address as much of that as we can. So I'm going to start first with the first person, which is our learned colleague from Templars, Dayo. Let's talk about roles. What role do you see policy planning or policy playing in balancing the energy needs of a growing economy like Nigeria? And especially from the backdrop of energy sustainability. Please, would you like to share some of your thoughts and experience as a lawyer in this area with us?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Policy is key. Is the underpinning for what we need to do. And I like to look at it from two ways. It's the will to make the policy, regulation, and law. But all of you are in-house. You would have heard lawyers say, this is the law and this is the practice. Enforcement is usually very far away from it. So we start from that underpinning, but I would like to say, at least from where I sit in practice, we're seeing slow progress. Let's start with policy. If we speak on energy and from a power perspective, we have an Electricity Act of 23. We have seen some innovations in the sense of incentives, the fact that they've streamlined the licensing regime for renewable power license obtaining. We've also seen, and also it's streamlining under also the Electricity Act of pushing in renewable power into the grid, be it the larger grid, so to speak, or smaller mini grids that we're seeing. How does that play into things? Our keynote speaker spoke on something, and while he was saying that, it was a bit funny because it's the evolution. I'll talk power, then I'll talk gas from a legal perspective. At Templars, we developed the project documentation for the Azura project. Then we thought there was going to be a whole lot of work after that. Of those 14 PPAs, we advised on 7 of them. Nothing happened. They were parked. Then what were the power lawyers supposed to do? We're twiddling our thumbs. And then we started seeing a market shift, right, to the aggregation, franchising, and the mini grids. You mentioned solar. We're still a bit of far away, but I am a conservative lawyer, but an optimistic Nigerian. You have to be if you're Nigerian. The Electricity Act and what we're seeing, and I'll end with this and on the PIA, what we're seeing is right now at Templars, we're involved in advising on what will be the first floating solar power project in Nigeria, offshore Lagos, 5 Cowrie Creek. It's a pilot project. It's a bit difficult. We expect it to come on stream in 2024. If you told me as an energy lawyer
15, 18 years ago when I did the Akute project, I would have laughed at you, said it's not going to happen in Nigeria. So we're seeing slow progress. Then I'll end on the PIA. The oil and gas people know also the same. You see the pessimism. The first time I advised on the PIA was in 2005. And then I said it will never pass. It's passed. I see a lot of people talking about what's wrong with it, but I'm a lawyer and I've practiced in different jurisdictions. Everybody in every jurisdiction complains about their laws. What are the positives? For me, and maybe that might be a segue into further discussions, a client of mine said something that I'll end with. The PIA is not an oil it's not an oil act, it's not a gas act, it's an infrastructure play, right? It opens up infrastructure for us to be able to use what we have, improve upon it, and we're seeing businesses like Aradel, other gas utilization businesses see this opportunity and kind of push the needle. And for me, that's kind of where I see the policy underpinning it, in that the Electricity Act gives a certain amount of certainty, and the PIA does as well. We also have to commercially enforce it to be able to see the sustainability that we strive for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dayo, for that. So we've seen policy on one side, and from what Dayo said and what our keynote speaker said, over the last 2 decades, we've actually seen a raft of policies that have come in. We had the ESPR, which is the precursor to the Electricity Act of 2023. We had the Petroleum Act, which then got overtaken by PIA. So we've always had policies, well-framed policies. But we've never seen that crystallizing into a critical mass of actions, a critical mass of investment, and that's the point that you has made. So I guess something is missing, and I'm going to be speaking to Yetunde to help us. What sort of mechanisms should we be looking at that then helps us to convert the intention of these policies to really full-blown investments that can help us on this journey of energy transition? What's missing? And I'm saying that to you as somebody who is now on the operator side, looking at your background from Total, and now you're in the aggregation side of business that you mentioned about how things are now moving to you. So you are the next person we should be speaking at. What are we missing by way of mechanisms to give life to all these policy initiatives that we're seeing?
So thank you, Bite. Good morning, everyone. It's working. Okay. So first and foremost, there needs to be that industry and regulator relationship and collaboration. So it's not enough for someone to sit and write beautiful policies and dump it on the industry. It will never work that way. So we need to begin to acknowledge the need for hand-holding. Even at the drafting stage, there needs to be input, there needs to be open access. Nobody knows it all, whether it's the operator or the regulator. And it's been proven, even in recent times, that when you engage people prior to pushing out anything, they'll begin to have this sense of belonging. So even if they were not initially aligned with what you are putting forward, but the thought that you carried them along, you sought their opinions, you requested them to make inputs, they made clarifications. And in my view, that helps to ease the implementation. Of course, that's not all. We need a lot of sensitization too. So from where I see it, I see a lot of people who come and say, I have gas projects. I want to do this, I want to build this. And we give them a list. Do you have this? And they disappear. We don't see them for 1 year. And then they realize it's not a game. It's a serious business. You need to be aware. You need to have done your homework and your feasibility studies. And then they come back, oh, okay, now I'm ready. Where do I get this license? How do I get it? How long does it take? Which agency, is responsible for this? So we need that market sensitization. We also need to begin to institutionalize a feedback mechanism. So the authority is not God. the regulators are not God. They are market players too. They're sector participants. So there should be a way where everyone, every stakeholder can give feedback. I don't think it should end with the law. We should be able to say, okay, so far we have tried to implement this, but we got stuck. And the regulators should be able to come out and say, yes, actually we even missed it. We should have done this. We should have put this in place. And then we do a side letter. You do a review. There should be room for that. It's not one size fits all. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Yetunde. So essentially what you've clarified to us is that there is the bit around the stakeholder management in the build-up to policy formulation to ensure that critical inputs are onboarded. But there's also as much of that same effort that is needed even after policies have been formed in helping people to understand how to work those policies. You talked about sensitization, and thank you for that perspective. Today, there are not a few concerns around the implementation of the PIA, and people feel that a lot is not being done in hand-holding the process into implementation. Mr. Lonshola, I've been in places where you've talked about the governance of implementing PIA in itself, and I guess that's part of what is playing out now. And so for those who are in policy formulation, it's not just enough to form the policy, but the follow through in hand-holding the process and making sure it's well embedded. It's as important as what it took for us to formulate the policy. Yesterday, Prof, when you were speaking here, you talked about the 3 key elements that makes energy transition work. You spoke about the policy side, you spoke about economics, and you spoke about technology. And I'm going to come to Tony now to probe your mind as to where is the space for innovative and creative technology as we look at this issue of sustainable energy transition. Does it have any role to play? And in your own experience, if it does, what sort of experience, what sort of role does it have to play? And how can we allow or bring in creative and innovative technologies to give fillip to both policy and also the sensitization that Yetunde spoke about? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairman. Good morning. I hope we're still morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to our keynote speaker. I think, once again, I want to lend my voice to say thank you because you really dealt with the key issues, right? And you've made our work easier. With respect to innovation, there's a lot of innovation that's happening globally now to drive energy transition. And actually, our keynote speaker had a slide that showed quite a lot of the technologies, that is being deployed globally. It's unfortunate that Nigeria is not anywhere close yet. I'm going to talk about some of the innovation that we are seeing, not just globally, but even in Africa. Number one is we're seeing the deployment of highly efficient gas turbines in combined cycle, up to about 64% efficiency. And basically what that means is that you're having gas turbines that burn the gas more efficiently, less emissions, and then provide more energy, produce more electricity for every molecule of gas that they burn. If you look at, for example, the gas turbines that we have installed in Nigeria today, they're all open cycle, right? There's an opportunity for us to close the cycle, get them more efficient, and get them to run better and produce less emission. So number one innovation I wanted to mention is highly efficient gas turbines. GE has we call it the H-class gas turbine. We're hoping to install in South Africa next year, 2 years from now, with the program, the gas to power program they're running. We're also installing in the Middle East and then in the US as well. The other innovation we're seeing quite a lot, we're also seeing carbon capture and sequestration. And basically what that means is that you can burn gas in your gas turbine, but you capture the carbon on the exhaust, on the on the exit of the gas turbine. And basically what you do is you capture it with a solvent, and then you either treat that carbon and use it in industries that require the carbon as part of their process, or you bury it in the ground. And basically what that means is you're cleaning out the footprint of the gas-fired generation, and that is seen as clean energy. I think for us in Nigeria, like our keynote speaker was saying, the topic for us is more energy access, right, than energy transition. And gas will still play a huge role. Gas is not going anywhere, not in the nearest future. I can tell you that even for countries in Europe, in the Americas, where there's massive penetration of renewable energy, they are realizing now that with their grid, and with up to 30% of their grid, up to 40% with renewables, the grid is becoming very, very unstable. And so with that, what they're doing is they're procuring more gas fire generation to stabilize their grid. We call it grid firming. They're using gas for grid firming, because also batteries have a limitation. You can't have batteries store energy for more than 4 hours, right? And then when the sun is down, when the wind is not blowing, then what happens? And if they've shut down their coal, now some of them are even reopening their coal plants, because they're realizing that renewables alone cannot provide the base load dispatchable power that they need. So the second innovation that like I mentioned is carbon capture and sequestration. The third one is we're also seeing a combination of gas and renewables, so hybrids. So rather than have gas as a standalone, or have renewables as a standalone, now we're seeing more and more of countries and even players in the mining sector, for example, large intensive energy users, combining gas and renewables, so that when the renewable energy resource is there, they run on renewables. When the renewables are down, they switch on the gas, and that gas provides sort of like a smoothing factor for the renewables, because renewables will not always be there. You can't have 24 hours, 7 days round the clock power. You can't run a refinery on renewables, 100% solar. You can't run a cement plant on 100% of solar. So we believe that gas will continue to play a huge role, and Nigeria is very well positioned. I mean, we are sitting on gas that we have not even developed, so we will continue to have a huge role to play in the regional energy security, in the regional energy transition as well. The fourth one I'm going to mention, the fourth innovation, is around the utilization of a blend of hydrogen in power generation. I know that whenever we talk about hydrogen, people roll their eyes and they say, oh, it's a long time in coming. But I like the transition you showed, where solar was and where it is now, And as much as we roll our eyes and say, hey, hydrogen is a long time in coming, we need to watch it. As more financing is going into hydrogen and research around hydrogen, there is that potential for the pricing to come down. There is that potential for it, as we go along, for there to be new technologies to enhance, scalable, efficient production of hydrogen. It's sometime in coming, I think 10, 20 years down the line. But today, I can tell you that there are countries that are putting out tenders and requesting for every new power plant to have hydrogen capability, so that for the future, as hydrogen then becomes available in quantities that are required, as long as infrastructure is also there to store and to transport, whatever plants they are building today are future-proofed, and they can run in the future. So these are things for us to think about, as we think about energy transition for Nigeria as well. And then the last one I'm going to talk about in terms of innovation, by no means is this list exhaustive. It's just to let you know that there's a lot of thought, there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of funding and a lot of research going into new technologies that can enhance energy transition globally. The last one I wanted to mention is about coal switching to gas, or diesel/HFO switching to gas. It's interesting because, for Nigeria, we have huge diesel plants. I mean, I can tell you that in my house, for example, I have more than one power plant. You know, I have the primary one, I have the backup, and I can imagine that for a lot of us as well. For a lot of us as well, right? So I think, and it's part of the energy transition plan, it's clearly stated there that, you know, one of the objectives and one of the focus is to switch the diesel, to get the diesels to switch off, and then potentially have all of our power needs provided by power on the grid. Policy has a huge role to play. Implementation has a huge role to play. But as we talk about innovation, some countries are switching from coal, switching completely their coal plants, and in place of that, installing gas turbines and basically reusing some of the infrastructure, some boilers, and some of the existing infrastructure at that site, you know, transiting them to gas. GE is actually at the forefront of that. We are engaging quite a lot of stakeholders in South Africa, for example, because South Africa is at the forefront of energy transition actually in SSA, in Africa, and then also in Europe. You know, we are working on quite a lot of coal to gas switching plants. So to round up, I just want to say the technology is there. We just need to make sure that we have the right policy to incentivize the investment in that technology and also have a will to implement those policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toyin, for doing justice to the angle of technologies in our energy sustainability campaign. The problem we have is not about fuel, whether it is oil or gas. The problem we have is about carbon. And with technology, we can actually remove carbon from our oil and gas so we can continue to enjoy it. There are statistics that have actually shown that the highest emitter of carbon is not our oil and gas. Landfills emit more more carbon than our oil and gas. So nobody should try and emotionally blackmail us about what God has blessed us with. We should just, with clear, focused eyes, look for the technology that helps us to remove the carbon. It's a carbon problem we have. It's not an oil problem. It's not a gas problem. And with what GE is doing and what many other technology-based companies are doing, please, we just want to encourage you, please keep doing that so that we can enjoy the benefit of our oil and gas. Now, maybe the concept around energy transition is gaining currency with us here in Nigeria, but in other places, they've started far ahead of us or long before we've done that. And I'd like to come to Amina. Amina, could you please share with us, have you seen cases of transitions that have taken place in other climes and how they have played out? And if there are one or two things we can learn from that.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the question. Is working. I chose, I would consider Norway, because I'm very interested in Norway. I've been following, not only because 98.5% of its sources, energy sources, is from renewable energy. That's a combination of hydro and wind, but because we have something in common with it has something in common with Nigeria. It's also a major oil and gas player. Yes, I think 7th largest gas producer in the world, and other similarities. So what did Norway do right in the successful energy transition journey? And one thing that is very clear is the ownership by the government. The government took responsibility for the energy transition, didn't stop there, they involved the people. So in Norway, you would see, apart from, of course, the NDC, which is to reduce ambitious policies like the NDC, which is to reduce their emissions by 95% as at 2050, below their 1990 levels. You would also see targets being set by the government and how they go about implementing those targets. An example is they did set that they were going to have about 50,000
EVs, electric vehicles in the country by 2017. I think by 2015 they had already achieved that. And what they did was they gave tax breaks, they gave free registration of EV vehicles so that the common man and residents of the country can afford it. And so you see policies like that. You also see how they invest huge sums of funds in energy research and innovation and technology, right? As at 2019 alone, they invested about 289 million euro on technology like hydrogen, like CCS that Tony mentioned, and the benefits that they get from their oil, revenue that they get from their oil and gas production has been invested in ensuring that they reduce the emissions on other sets. Of course, you find legal and regulatory framework. They have laws that encourage certifications with, in the real estate industry, where if you're into real estate, you must comply with their carbon targets in the real estate, in the agricultural sector, and across board, right? Public acceptance. They've also encouraged the citizens, right, to get involved in this energy transition. And so they encourage you to adopt certain smart technologies that enable you to also make money, right? To say, well, there's a smart meter that can capture certain level of solar energy. You store it and then resell it back to the utility when it's available. So these are examples that we can copy in Nigeria. What we've seen is our ETP plan, our ETP is robust, but there is no enforcement, right? So if the government takes ownership and responsibility for this energy transition, there would be movement. A lot, I mean, if you walk on the streets and you speak to somebody in the village saying, what do you know about energy transition? They don't know. Every day they're using firewood to cook, right? So there's no acceptance, there's no understanding in the first place about what this renewable energy, carbon reduction, emission reduction and whatever it is. And there is no plan. There's no enforcement of implementation of the plans that have been put in place ever since so that we can actually transit. So these are, I mean, Norway always, I mean, everything that Norway does is to reduce the carbon emission. And they're an oil and gas producer as well, like Nigeria, right? And they did not displace, they did not stop producing oil and gas, right? They rather maximize the benefit from the oil and gas to ensure that other sectors of the country actually reducing emissions. So those are, I mean, I've talked about policies, I've talked about legal and regulatory framework, I've talked about government taking ownership, and those are things that I believe are examples that we can copy as a country for successful.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Amina. You've stirred up in me now a desire to go and look at the Norwegian templates, and I think you've just said it all. We'll just take one round of questions, and then we'll come back to the audience to ask questions. I'm really glad with the level of contribution that has come from our panelists. Let me come back to you, Dayo. You sit at a vintage position of a lawyer that had seen different frames of policies and regulations being put in place. Have you at any time just thought about maybe if we tweak something here or something there, we can then move from policies that are formulated to really seeing the critical mass? I mean, if you had a chance to be speaking to the ears of our president today, what advice would you give him as to what could help us move the conversation from just talk that we are having right now, that we now start seeing transactions? Please.
Thank you, Peter. Money. It's all about money. You've got to make it attractive to business people to want to do it. Using the Norway example, Norfund, which disperses a lot of money, right? Everybody suddenly became sustainable when Norfund said, we'll not give you any money until you have a sustainability element or a green element. That's what led to the increase in hybrid projects worldwide and in Nigeria. Coming to Nigeria and your direct question, money, tax and fiscal incentives. There are already fiscal incentives from, you mentioned the PA. A company like yours took advantage of consolidation of upstream and downstream. That was good for a lot of companies. The PIA tried to push that forward. Wasn't ideal, but goes back to something else that has been said by the panel and our keynote speaker. We should seek to adopt, but we should not wholeheartedly. I laughed when you said, and I sent this to someone, when the UK started up one of their coal plants, and 3 years ago, somebody from the UK government told Nigeria not to burn coal. So we need to see best practices and adopt it here. So money, fiscal incentives, and then going into the mix of the sustainability aspects. We've talked about the Climate Change Act, which is a start but hasn't really gotten very far. Our keynote speaker spoke on that. But as of now, under the Climate Change Act, there was also provisions for a body and a panel and the idea of a carbon trading framework. If you make it, I sat in London with another law firm, with one of the largest mining companies, and you see everything is all about the money. One of the largest mining companies in Australia is buying up tracts of forestry in Africa so they can net off their carbon. Yeah.
working very closely with TCN. We're engaging with TCN to continue to support them there. The second thing is around just ensuring that we have a SCADA system that works, sort of like a remote monitoring and diagnostic center. We do have one at Oshogo, but it has not lived up to the expectations. Right? What remote monitoring will help us do is to predict, potential failures before it happens, and then, ensure that the interventions are put in place to prevent that from happening. So that needs to be looked at again. I know that there was a lot of talk in TCN around breaking up, the work of the system operator from the market operator, but that has not really worked. I think that delineation needs to happen for us to sort of strengthen that. And then thirdly is around the mix. I think today we have gas-fired generation, we have hydro, on the grid. We need to continue to diversify that mix. Because the only way resilience will come is when you have different sort of, generation sources on the grid in such a way that if anything happens to gas, for example, you can switch to hydro. If because of climate change, the hydrology is affected, the water levels are down, you can switch to solar. If that is not there, I know that there's opportunity also for us to introduce wind, to a limited extent. I've seen a wind map, of Nigeria, and Lekki was identified as one of the potential locations where onshore grid could work, right? So I think gas will continue to play a huge role. We need to close the cycle and make our gas plants more efficient, but we need to have a good mix between gas, renewable, hydro, and even there's a talk of nuclear, right? Yes, there's a talk of nuclear. I know people, are very, people get very,
yes,
weary or nervous when they hear about nuclear.
Rightfully so.
Opportunity
yes,
for us
yes.
to also think about that. This is the only way resilient grids or resilient systems are built.
Okay.
You need to have a good mix of everything that then provides solid base in case anything happens with any failure on any part of the system.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And contributing to that narrative on resilience, today, our installed power generation base in the country is about 26 gigawatts. What gets into our homes is between 4 and 5 gigawatts. No, our installed generation base is 26 gigawatts. What gets into our homes is just between 4 to 5 gigawatts. And in terms of transmission, our transmission capacity today is about 13 gigawatts. Now, there's a lot of attenuation that takes place between what we generate and what gets into our home. I'm not saying we generate 26. I said our installed base is 26 gigawatts. And it's factual. I stand on that. No, not including captive. Grid power generating base, we're up to 26 gigawatts. And in terms of transmission, we can actually handle up to about 13 gigawatts. But what gets wheeled at the last mile into homes is somewhere between 4 to 5 gigawatts. So there's a lot of, yeah, I mean, well, in the best of times over the last few years, you get 4-point-something gigawatts. So now, one of the key issues that people have pointed at, still on this issue of resilience, is about the architecture. We have one single integrated architecture for generating, transmitting, and distributing our generated power. And I'd like you to look at this critically, and let's talk about it from the perspective of resilience. To what extent has this been useful to us, and is there a case for decentralized distribution or decentralized transmission as part of improving our resilience? Please, would you like to share some thoughts?
All right, thank you, Peter. Firstly, the fact that decentralized energy system is a departure from the traditional energy production is hopeful in the first stance, because it is a known fact, like we've all heard, that our grid infrastructure is dilapidated and is getting is outlived its lifespan. We don't know how much, we are not seeing the advancement, we're not seeing the replacement. So of course, decentralized energy systems would work. Building small-scale energy solutions to a cluster of residential, commercial, or industrial customers that is not connected to the general grid or the centralized grid is the answer. For example, you can use the north, where you'd have a higher mix of solar because of the abundance of the sunlight there, and then you'd have less of gas, and then, of course, wind as well. There's some research that wind would work, like somebody mentioned 10 megawatt in Katsina, if actually exists, right? To say, if there's a balance of that and you dedicate that plant alone, that system alone to Katsina, for example, you would find that there would be reliability in Katsina, right? Because whatever happens to gas pressure, gas supply, what's it called, vandalization of the pipeline, and all of those things will not affect it, unlike we're experiencing right now. So of course, that, because again, when you're building that energy, localized energy system, you're also considering new infrastructure and distribution, and it's closer to the customer, right? So that kind of decentralized solution actually is the only way out right now. The capital, the amount of capital that is needed to invest or overhaul the grid is huge. But where you have private investors, private entities come into the space and start to do mini grid, microgrid, and all of this, it helps, right, to take away the burden, right, from, and the Electricity Act, right, has actually also sort of encourages this, right? Now it gives the states rights to generate, transmit, and distribute its own power. So you'd start to find decentralized systems, energy systems across board, right? I cannot overemphasize the access it gives, right? Because it's closer to you, and then it has addresses the access problem. And then, of course, the resilience is the infrastructure is going to be new, right? And then you can be assured that if you're focusing on a state to build a small-sized energy solution for a state, you've put into consideration, of course, you would have done your feasibility studies, you've done your audit, and it, in fact, reduces energy loss and energy theft, right? Because you would have to install smart meters, right? And then you'd be able to measure from where you've built your plant to the last mile consumer, and then you'd be able to track that there is no loss, right? So I believe that's the best solution that we can give. At Genesis Energy, one of the things that we do, we're not just an energy infrastructure when it comes to gas. What we also do is we are mandated because of the climate change, whatever, to also go into renewable energy. And one of the first things we did, or we are doing, is also mini grids, right? So you go to these communities, not just necessarily for the World Bank grants and whatever, but, you know, just to be able to prove, right? We also want to test ourselves that in Nigeria, these solar solutions can actually work on a large scale. We have them in small scales with power, telecom sites, and all of that, but those are small scale. But for large scale, to test and prove that this energy solution, decentralized energy solution works, and it's been working greatly. So I believe, in a nutshell, that's the solution.
Fantastic. Please, a round of applause for Amina. Thank you very much. And would I say also that at Aradel we are also charting a different course? Yes, we've been known for our integrated play across upstream, oil and gas into midstream. Recently, we just took off on the renewable space. As I speak today, we are deploying mini grid solution to 5 villages right now. We did the technical commissioning about a month ago. And under that space now, 1,200 homes are getting connected to electricity for the first time. The whole idea of everybody trying to feed off from one integrated national grid is just not sustainable. There's a place for the integrated master grid, but there is a place for also isolated mini grids as well. And it's a combination of those that will get us to the energy security status we're looking for. Please, can we put a round of applause together again for our panel? I know they've unpacked so much, and our time is fast spent, but I think we can take one or two questions from the audience or further contribution. So please, if you would like to contribute to the conversations we've just had, or you'd like to probe further any of the comments that we have made, this is the time to do that. Yes, please. Can we please give mic to...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oga Adejo Giri, Principal Consultant at Apax Advisory, an energy consulting firm, and also I wear a hat as Executive Secretary of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas. Mine is a contribution, just to say, you know, as to further emphasize, right, on the need for us to fashion our own path. And for me, you know, the energy transition also means that we're transiting from dirtier fuels to cleaner fuels, you know, with renewables as the ultimate destination, if you like, right? But if I move from using coal to oil, or using oil to gas, I have transited and have reduced emissions. And I wanted to just, in that sense, say, you know, that therefore, I want us to also start exploring, you know, opportunities for mini grids using gas, using all the various ways in which you can take gas to end users, CNG, LNG, LPG, because in that way, what are you doing? You're displacing people who are using petrol, you're displacing people who are using diesel, right? And the mini grids with solar. I mean, we all think mini grids is now solar. If you say some mini grids, just think it's solar. Mini grids is just the centralized grid architecture, right? But for us to think about that, because in that sense, we've proven that it's a system that works, people are paying, and for people like Genesis Energy, Aradel to start thinking, if you're going to the power space and meeting this huge unmet demand, how can we use, you know, such technologies, especially for industrial clusters, right? If you go to Kano, people are using diesel to manufacture. I think I heard somebody say that's 181 kilowatts per hour. The tariff is 181 kilowatts using diesel at 1,000 naira. In Kano, it's 1,200 naira today. So huge opportunity, and perhaps it's a time for us to think that, yes, solar is there, but there's a lot more that we can use to reduce emissions. We'll still be polluting, but we're reducing the emissions and getting people off dirtier fuels, therefore reducing our emission footprint. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yes, please go ahead, Dayo.
Okay. Thank you. Oga, I agree with you fully. And that's why I made the earlier point of we must adopt for our environment. The in-house people would have heard this. Nigeria doesn't have oil. We're an island of oil in an ocean of gas. An island of oil, all the oil you think we have. All the oil that makes us as powerful as we could be if we weren't so corrupt. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. But the gas, we could be Qatar and Saudi combined. So gas is not going anywhere. And the size of this country and the infrastructure, renewables cannot power us. So it has to be gas. That's why the companies like Aradel, Genesis, those that are utilizing it, and it has to be, and I'm saying it because Beta made this point. I think a lot of times why they want lawyers that are practicing is because we see so many transactions, the good, bad, ugly, the ones that have failed. The future of power generation in Nigeria is gas-linked. You cannot walk away from that, and that's the majority of it. And it's franchise, broken up mini grids. Just so, like Amina said, you have a ring-fenced source of power in different parts. And that's what the Electricity Act will do. Lagos State, I saw a proposal. Ilashe wants to do their own power. This part will do their own power. Gigawatt will, and then you have the virtual networks for the gas that will push it there. That's actually cheaper. So everything with wind and solar is good, but it's supplementary to what we need to do with gas. Thank you.
And I wanted to add, I wanted to add to Olga that when it comes to the decentralizing. Genesis has actually played a significant role in that. We deployed the first micro LNG to Kano State. The gas is coming from Port Harcourt's LNG and is to an industry, right, who's bleeding on diesel. We're going to our second year anniversary on that plant. And of course, we have hotels and all commercial and other industries lined up for that. So this is something that we do. We know is the solution. We were in Mali earlier last year. We also deployed the first LPG in country, micro LPG, to also an agro-allied industry, right? So these are things that we see and we go ahead, not waiting for government to put in the infrastructure. As far as virtual pipeline can get there, we go ahead and establish.
Hello, good afternoon, and well done to a fantastic panel. My name is Ibilola Amao, Principal Consultant at Lonadec Global Services. I've listened to quite a lot of what you've said today, but I kind of see a disconnect with bridging the gap between industry and academia, because if we don't really have education, enlightenment, empowerment, engagement, and entrepreneurship, which are the 5 E's of national development and socioeconomic transformation, we're not going to solve these problems at the grassroots. How are we connecting what we're doing and what we're trying to achieve to the final year projects in our universities, the PhD research programs we're doing, the education curriculum, and how are we empowering our youths to ensure that we can actually execute the theory and the fantastic plans we have? I'd like to know from each of the panelists what you're doing in your own capacity personally and what your companies are doing. Thank you so much.
Okay. 30 seconds each.
Yes, so thank you. At the level of gas application company in Nigeria, some of you already know, we have the interns who come in for the mandatory, sometimes it's 3 months, 6 months, 1 year attachment. So right from when they join us, we begin to expose them. So we let them know, we are not here to make photocopies. We are not here to make food. You are not here to do school runs on behalf of your bosses. You are here to learn. So we empower them, and they do the work which some of us already do. There's no shying away from it, and you need to get your hands dirty. So we have engineers, we have petrophysicists, we have economists, and we are dragging them everywhere we go. We're exposing them, and we're empowering them for the future workplace. I think in our own little way, at least, we're making that connection. In terms of academia, yes, we're not there. We don't have any deliberate plan to reach out to the academia. We don't have those sort of exchange programs. We don't have visiting professors coming to our institution, but that's food for thought. Thank you very much. I'll take it back to the management.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just do 30 minutes touchdown on this, or 30 seconds
30 seconds, yeah.
Sorry.
So in GE, we actually run a Next Engineers program where we partner with specific institutions across the region, mentor young engineers, encourage female engineers to encourage more girls in STEM education, you know. So we do that, and then, you know, we bring in a lot of interns as well. And as much as possible, we try to sort of ensure that, you know, we get the knowledge in the industry and in what we do to transfer into the work that they do in the university. On the personal front, I mentor quite a lot of people who are, you know, actively trying to get into the energy industry, or sort of early career professionals in the energy industry. But I would say that there's definitely more to do there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
It more or less same idea. The only way you can educate is to actually educate. So at Templars, we do it in a practical way. We have something called Experience Templars. University students come in, see what it's like in the day and life of the lawyer, weeks. We do the internships. I believe, and you've mentioned this, I'm a product of mentorship. You must pay it forward. So education, what I mean by educate is practical, not academic. Professional education and exposure. And I'll close with this. I've been an oil and gas lawyer almost 25 years. Anyone that asks me and they say they want to do energy, I said, well, then the future is gas and renewables. I'm a dinosaur. So don't look at me and want to be like me because you won't have a career by the time you're my age. So it is that practical, seeing what is done, actually giving, showing. That's the way we at Templars and myself personally look at education. Thank you.
At Genesis Energy, every year we write to NYSC. That's the National Youth Service Corps. I don't want to be quoted. And we write to them every year to send us engineers yearly. And all these engineers, after being trained amongst in the company, they're deployed to our different power plants, right, for direct, and immediately they are hired after we retain them after the NYSC. Just last week, I think, we also attended I think a YES program that involved final year students just to guide them on how to entrance into the energy sector. So we do quite a lot for, I think in the last 3-5 years, all the corpers that have been sent to the office have been retained.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I'm not expected to answer that question. I'm moderator, I'm the one to be asking everybody to answer the question. But the question you asked, Ibilola, is very profound. First, what do? We already put many people on scholarships to go to school. We provide opportunities for internship and for direct hand-holding. Recently, we just commenced a process of intake of young, fresh graduates. And it's very painful when you see how many talented young people we have in this country. We just brought in a batch of 25 young, talented people across different areas that we're going to, and that we are grooming right now. But where I think the profoundness of the question is, it's not this sort of, I do this, I do that. It's what impact can we make in curriculum that already produces people? Because at times, you take people and you know you have a rebuild to do in terms of orientation and all of that. And I think that's a question we should all take home. In our individual and corporate worlds, what can we do to bridge that gap between the academia and the industry? How can we influence even the basis of training and instruction to reflect what obtains now? I mean, there are lecturers that are still using the same lecture notes 25 years ago to teach people today. And things have really changed. And I think for me, that's the takeaway. And thank you for probing our thoughts on that. The intention, okay, one final word from Prof. Prof is academia, as far as we are concerned.
Thank you very much for recognizing Elder in your midst. Well, thank you also for your comment. I don't want us to look at this energy transition and leave the academia out. Again, a nation cannot grow faster than its intellectual community. And what you've seen in Nigeria thus far is the living out of the academia. They have the tools, the business is supposed to use that tool, and the industry is supposed to use the tool as well. So I actually commend your comment about that. But let me just say one final thing with respect to the academia. Don't think that we are not practical. No. But if there's anything you need to learn as an emerging company, is to look at a company that I'm very proud to be associated with. And even if you don't like their name, I will mention it. It's Shell. And the way to look at training people, even during their professional life, is to go beyond when you are training them to the future. Go to the oil and gas industry today. Look at all the emerging indigenous oil and gas companies. Look at those participating. Some of the things they are using is because of the type of training they received when they were junior engineer, middle-level manager engineers, and that's going to be my encouragement to GE, to my friend Gas Aggregation. Training is key for sustainable development. But if you are going to go to energy transition and you don't prepare your capacity to manage it, We are going to be going through the same thing. And finally, when I worked for this company that I mentioned my name, honestly, there was no expatriate along my reporting line. And that was 40 years ago today. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, and we have one of those too. Yes, no expatriate. But what do you have today? That is going to be the same thing that will happen with energy transition if we don't build capacity in anticipation. And of course, I just violated myself because I didn't want to speak before.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging us. I think we've come to the end of this session. The intention was to have a final parting word from every one of us, but I'll take the question we responded to as our final parting shot. And please join me to appreciate this wonderful panel that have done justice to our topic today, and to our keynote speaker who helped us to tee off into what has been a great conversation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for this wonderful, as they take their group photos. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gbite Falade, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Abegunde, Mrs. Yetunde Odejobi, no, Yetunde, Dayo Okunsami, and Amina Onifare. Please put your hands together for them. Very informative panel session. Thank you. We're moving very quickly. We're fast spent on time. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Sirs and Mars, please find your seats. Don't do that. We need to move very quickly into our next panel session. And for those of you watching at home, would like to apologize for our technical issues. Please, please, find your seats, find your seats. Let's move on.
Slightly hungover, maybe slightly I've never had
speakers. 3 of them are here physically and 1 of them is joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'll implore you to find your seats so we can move along.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, it's time for the next session. Please, let's get seated. Thank you so much. Let's get seated.
So,
two.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's find our seats. We need to begin our next panel session. I'd appreciate it if you got seated. We do not have time. We have 3 sessions to go. So please, let's move on to the policy and regulatory frameworks for sustainable energy transition. We have 3 speakers here physically. 1 is joining us virtually, and of course our host. Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest is currently the Executive Vice President of Orlando Clean Energy, a subsidiary of Orlando PLC. He has a certificate in Business International Relations and the Political Economy from the London School of Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ademola Ogunbanjo. Here represent. Sorry. All right. Mr. Ademola isn't here with us, but he's ably represented by the Vice President of Projects and Infrastructure, Orlando Clean Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Temitope Edun. A resounding round of applause. Our next guest is a governance and sustainability professional of 15 years experience with a background in law. She joined the Sahara Group as one of the pioneer graduate trainees and is a member of the Women in Energy Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Director of Governance and Sustainability Sahara Group, Ejiro Gray. Keep it coming, keep it coming. We learned about allyship and sponsorship yesterday. 2 women on a panel. And the third partner is a partner and chair of the Bloomfield LP's Energy and Natural Resources. He's been involved in several energy transactions, including divestment deals, marginal field transactions, and the power sector privatization. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Ayodele Oni. Now, our last panelist, she is a program manager at the SE for All, I beg your pardon. She has close to 15 years of experience in clean energy and decentralized last mile electricity models. Ladies and gentlemen, even though she's joining us virtually, put your hands together for Ruchi Sonny. That's her right there. Now, to host this wonderful panel session, a very important lady. She's the managing partner at Detail Commercial Solicitors. She leads the firm's energy infrastructure, power practice, and has extensive experience advising clients on a wide range of complex transactions. You know, she's a very complex woman. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the managing partner of the Detail Commercial Solicitors, Dolapo Kukoyi. She's offering to stand, okay. So how do you feel about that since you stand up?
No,
I'm joking.
It helps.
Yeah, you can go.
It doesn't mean I don't sit close to you. I may actually move and sit down later. I just thought better to stand for starters, and maybe when we engage in the conversations. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this has really been a fantastic program, and every session has rolled into the other. So it's kind of made our work easier, and particularly my role. So it's not actually, Mr. Wanodi, it's not actually cliche that we are saying that you made our jobs very easy, because you actually did lay the foundation and set the tone for the discussions, and then the keynote panel then developed it more, and so that we can then hone in on what it takes to actually have policy and regulatory frameworks for a sustainable energy transition. So my erudite panelists have been introduced. I will just go into a few minutes of just maybe again setting in terms so we know where we are starting from. A few things from Mr. Wanodi's speech that I thought were at least he really did lay the foundation of the background where we are coming from, Why the Paris Agreement, the blame game, the dilemma of I didn't do it. Why are you forcing me? Okay, if then you have to do it with your eyes open and watch what the world is doing. And everything we've heard today about the fact that at the end of the day, even if we were not to blame for what's going on, we didn't do it in the sense that we were not the ones who at the expense or for the benefit of us developing our economies ruined the climate. We are going to still suffer for it, so we still have to be part of that conversation. And I think everybody has come to that conclusion. It's just how we do it. And the last panel then went into the how, and we talked about stakeholder engagement, we talked about sensitization, we talked about what it will take to actually implement a sustainable energy transition. I think that this session will basically just be honing in on more the how. And more importantly, from what we've heard, there's a lot that needs to be done. And a lot that needs to be done involves the power sector. I think one of the things that have given me hope about this country is the fact that we are very resilient people. And we are very, very resourceful. If you give a Nigerian an opportunity, they'll take it. If you make it easy to sell ice water, we will all sell it. And we will sell it like it's the only thing to be sold. And so that's the reason why it amazes me why, our government just can't get it and just create that environment and really create it for us. But we are going to be talking about, and we are going to be learning from the experts how in terms of getting the sustainable energy transition. Yes, we've also talked about policies. We talked a lot about policies. So we may not delve into the what the policy is, because we've talked about the Climate Change Council, the Climate Change Act, we talked about, the ETP, but how can private sector get involved? Because we know that to get these things done, private sector is very key. We know the state of government's finances all over the world, including, particularly in Africa. We know what's happening. So we know that a private sector and a thriving private sector is what will get this done. So, having said giving my 2 cents, I'm going to start with Ruchi. I'm going to start the person online first. And Ruchi, I just want you to set the tone. We talked about the energy transition plan in a sense, but perhaps because SE4 was instrumental in crafting this plan, maybe you can tell us some of the details behind it in terms of what's the context of the numbers that you have. Are they real? One. Let me not use the word real. I think that they are achievable, but what informed this, and so that this lays a foundation for the rest of our discussion. So, Ruchi, I'll start with you. I hope you can hear me okay. For putting that together succinctly, you know. So Ayo, you are blessed among women. So I'll come to you today. I think just going to a few things that Richie has said, and I guess this will resonate in the responses we are going to be getting going forward. You know, balance between the need to industrialize and need for energy for all appears to be a bold statement, you know, whilst acknowledging our resources, and it's clear that money is needed. From a legal perspective, this is where we find ourselves. We now have an ambitious plan. We always do have ambitious plans. We just never get around to doing them, and they are usually beautiful. They usually have a lot of thought. They usually are, you know, they usually have a lot put into them, but we just never get to the goal. But I hope this will be different. From a legal perspective, what roles do you think government and regulatory bodies, you know, in Nigeria, across Africa, what do they generally play in facilitating? So it's from perhaps a best practice perspective, you know, what roles should they be playing? I mean, we heard Norwegian example, you know, in regulating, monitoring energy transition.
Okay, thank you very much. The challenge we have in this part of the world, and I have this debate with a lot of my friends who are not Nigerians, is implementation. Our problem isn't laws. We have several laws, right from when you had the dumb gas policy and regulations, which, by the way, have been repealed by virtue of regulations made pursuant to the Petroleum Industry Act, to what we have in the PIA. First is we need to be sure we enforce. That's one. Secondly, you want to be sure that beyond having those laws, there's a synergy between your laws and having investors come into the country. Recall, energy issues have a lot of politics. We need to be selfish. Because, I say this because if you look at other countries in the world, when energy transition suits them, decarbonization suits them, everyone parrots it. When there's a little challenge, Norway, Germany, the UK, by the way, the UK is doing a number of bid rounds for offshore assets. When those don't suit them, then they move. We need to have an African policy. In my own view, Africa is about 17.89% of the world's population. That means almost 1 out of every 5 persons is African. And it's 1.473 billion of the world's population. I think starting from Africa, having a synergy where different countries work together, that's secondly, where you collaborate. Look at issues such as the Trans-Saharan Gas Project and the AKK. These are projects government should put his money where his mouth is. One, I have seen only very few countries, if any, that leave it all to the private sector. You want to ensure that the backbone infrastructure, government does play a role. Unfortunately, when we did have a lot of money, then people ask questions. I think I was very, very young, maybe 4, 5, 6, when there were stories around the Gulf windfall. Those were sums that could have been used to develop infrastructure we'll be using now. Because like someone had mentioned previously, the PIA is, I wouldn't say it's just an infrastructure play. It's a combination of hydrocarbons, infrastructure. I see the word renewable only once in the PIA, incidentally. I mean, I never even saw renewable in the Petroleum Act. I think the word just appears once. So we need to, one, be selfish, have an African policy. Interestingly, OPEC does have a fund, a development fund, and I know the AFDB is doing some work. We need to look at it from the perspective that it has to be a just transition. And we need energy addition before energy transition. Yes, we will transit. And we've made a good point, saying gas is our transition fuel. You understand? And the world, very recently, you know, at some point, I was advising on the AKK project with the NNPC. And at some point, the Chinese pulled out. They weren't ready to finance. And there were also issues around financing gas projects. But immediately the Russia-Ukraine war and the effect, they began to recharacterize gas as clean energy and something that could be a transition fuel. So we need to, one, step back. It's not such, the issues are not necessarily about laws. It's about stepping back, knowing what your policies are, knowing what politics to play. I'll give you another example. In 2 years ago, or maybe it was last year, there was the MSGBC conference. And one thing I realized was that Africa wasn't doing enough to derive benefit from this war. This is the time to negotiate certain infrastructural development, particularly around our gas. Because a lot of the European countries are looking for options to Russia. You know, we have those advantages. It's just thinking it through. And the issue around the academia, one point before we even get to our laws and policies is that if you know how Silicon Valley has been successful, much of what they do it with, I've forgotten that university. Stanford. A lot of what they do is with Stanford. We need to ensure that when we make our policies, and you see a lot of policy flip-flops in this part of the world, we say something, we do not think it 360, and then we immediately retract. You see, there's a new policy, after a short while, we retract. So it means that beyond the practical aspect, you need a theoretical basis for what you say or what you do. These are points governments have missed over time. You understand? So it's not about laws, because laws can even be boring. It's not about regulations. It's about implementation. It's about the policy in the first place. What are we doing? Every investor looks at three things critically. In my own view, I've advised on several transactions from the AKK to the Optimara project, where ND Western, FHN, and Co are doing in the Lagos Free Trade Zone. One, they want to be sure that that resource does exist in your country. They want to be sure that they can monetize their investment, and they want to be sure that where there's a revocation of their license, they can be compensated or can get a means, say international arbitration, to get compensated. If these three ingredients are not in place, it doesn't matter what law you have. No one is going to come invest because they can't monetize their money, their investment. They can't pull out their investment if they need to pull out. And they can't enforce international arbitration, for example, if they need to then get their money. So I think it's softer issues before you even move to the law. And it's been first also regional before you go worldwide, because everyone is selfish. And you cannot speak to oil and gas without politics. Like Daniel Yergin says, you cannot speak about oil and gas. There's always the political side of oil and gas. And you take advantage of it when it's in your favor. That's what you do.
Thanks, Ayo. Thank you. A lot said. A lot said. And a lot that I hear is around purposeful leadership. You can create laws, you know, but there has to be a visionary. There has to be a vision that we all holistically follow. And that vision leads to the implementation. But coming to you, Ejiro, let's now start talking about the how from the private sector perspective. We are looking for 10 billion a year to be able to do, to be able to implement a just energy transition. What roles, again, I'm asking that same question, but the little twist is with examples with what you've done at Sahara Group, what roles from where you sit, and you have a private sector lens, you are also in the sustainability space. So what roles do you think that government should be playing, you know, with reference to what you are doing at Sahara? And I'd like for Temitope to answer the same question, but from an Wando perspective, and knowing that you guys are doing a lot also in the e-mobility space. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think the role of government in this space, I think you can narrow it down to three things: enablement, intervention, and engagement. And I'll explain how. With creating an enabling environment, I mean, we've all talked about it, creating favorable tax holidays and all of that for the private sector to invest. Things like duties, waiving import duty on equipment and all of that to encourage that investment. But I think even beyond that, government needs to be serious when we say we're ready to do business as a country. Statistics have shown that probably just about 10% of deals that we try to facilitate in this part of the world actually get to financial closure, probably less. Is government being intentional about going back to look at those things? What are the impediments to closing these deals? And how are they addressing them intentionally and with sincerity of purpose? Reason being, if you're not addressing the impediments, then you're really not doing anything. it's going to be a repeated cycle. It keeps happening over and over again. Another thing is in formulating policy, in developing policy, what are we doing to ensure that we're building capacity locally? So for local content participation, for the investor, what are we doing to ensure we're building that value chain locally? So that we're not just having people coming, invest, and extract. What are we doing to create those jobs, create that capacity? Because guess what? It's the smaller companies that then get into this, the value chain, the businesses along the value chain, that will one day scale up to acquire those big businesses or to set up their own big businesses. So what are we doing in that regard? I think that intentionality needs to be revisited. In terms of intervention, whether we like it or not, because energy access right now is more critical than energy transition. So unless you're using energy transition as a way to close the energy access gap, then your energy transition cannot be prioritized over energy access. And in doing that, it's really important that government understands that for some period of time, while we get our act together, they will need to sort of close the gap for the lower income earners, for the less privileged, so to speak, in accessing this energy. And that's where gas comes to play. Whilst I fully believe in integrating renewable energy into our energy mix, let's understand that in order to drive energy access faster, that gas infrastructure, the gas must be there to drive things, right? Obviously, renewable energy, the technology is not yet mature enough to stand alone. You have to cover for those intermittencies, and that's where the gas comes into play. And so whilst we're talking about grid capacity and improving it and all that, let's also focus on decentralized systems, right? There's a tendency to want to do things nationally at the same time all the time. It doesn't have to work that way. Look at the regions. What resource is available to them most prominently, and how can you channel that into closing the energy gap in those areas? Another thing is, with regulators, there must be continuous capacity building. Because what then happens is, you're bringing in international investors or attracting international investors to come into the space to invest. Your regulators and your policy makers must be very sound and proficient in understanding the sector in and out. Otherwise, you're going to negotiate with people who have been doing it for decades. And you're going to be disadvantaged and entering into bad contracts or bad deals for the country, because you have a full understanding and they're running rackets around you, but you can't see it, you don't know it because you don't know better. So that continuous capacity building for regulators, I think, is very critical in terms of part of the interventions. And then engagement. Of course, the energy sector drives virtually every other sector. And in one way or the other, the sector, there must be cross-sectoral collaboration. So the stakeholders must all come to the table together. They must know their roles. Otherwise, what you have is, you have laws and policies working at cross purposes. Somebody talked about the fact that while you should be introducing tax holidays, and discussing these things, we seem to be hinged on imposing more and more taxes. So at the end of the day, how is that helping your drive for investment? How is that really impacting on it? So I think we need to look at things holistically when even interpreting policy and regulations and implementing. How does this one affect the other? Let's not take it for granted that the energy sector is holistic and it stands alone. It doesn't stand alone. There are lots of other industries and sectors that are dependent on it. And if you're not developing those other sectors as well, at the pace at which you're focusing on the energy industry will still suffer ultimately, because the level of investment that you require to drive things will not happen if the other sectors are suffering. In terms of Sahara, what we're doing, we're quite gas-centric, but we're an integrated, energy company operating pretty much across the value chain: oil and gas, upstream, downstream, midstream, and then of course power, generation, distribution. So a lot of what we're doing, first and foremost, we're channeling a lot of energy towards developing our gas assets. And not just developing the assets, but also building the logistics around it. So storage facilities, in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, because we're not just catering to Nigeria, we're also looking at the West African sub-region. How are we ensuring that there is that supply security, right? So for instance, we're building a 12,000 metric ton capacity storage facility in Cote d'Ivoire. It will not just supply or ensure security, energy security in Côte d'Ivoire, but also surrounding landlocked countries like Mali and the like. And of course, also the infrastructure as well. So our vessels, we have 6 vessels now for LPG and LNG that we're pushing, is all to ensure that there's penetration across the region for supply of LPG. But beyond that, we're also looking to decarbonize our plants. And one of the things that, of course, we need government to do in that regard is also provide that, like someone said, the backbone infrastructure to encourage investment. Because some of these technologies that have been introduced, they're to a large extent still quite experimental, right? So what incentives would you give these power plants or the owners of these power plants to ensure that they're willing to invest and to find the right partners, the partners that are even coming in, to try out these technologies for decarbonization, right? Same goes for introducing solar power into your mix, or renewable energy, whether it's wind or hydro, whatever, into your mix. We all know that it's not profitable. Largely it's not profitable, and that's why the grants and all of that from the World Bank and all these funding institutions come in. But how do we make it attractive? I don't think there's any sector that you will not get players readily if you have not de-risked the sector. So that's the primary problem. What is government doing to de-risk the sector? We must be serious about that. And of course, there are nature-based solutions. Somebody talked about mining companies buying up tracts of forests across Africa. What are we doing to encourage that?
Thanks, Adrian. Thank you. Thank you. A lot to think about, and I wish we were actually talking to the person we call government. Maybe we are talking to ourselves. or will there be a communique? Because these are real issues. Yeah. Because these are real issues. So, Tim Tokwe, so kind of same question, but with a little bit of a slant into what you are doing in transport. What Oando Energy, and knowing that Oando Energy is Oando Energy. But, you know,
okay, as you know, Oando Energy, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. We all speak about Oando Energy. Oando Energy is an oil and gas company, and we're doing a lot in the oil and gas space. But we have also formed a subsidiary called Oando Clean Energy Limited, which is what I represent here, which is into renewable energy. And we are, of course, looking for bankable and viable, projects in the renewable energy space. And we have looked at all the business, all the work we are doing in the upstream space, and we are saying to ourselves, we need to become net zero, as everybody wants to become. So that is why that subsidiary is in place. And what you're saying is, you talked about incentives. What are we doing? What are we doing in that space? Now, you must have heard of our many people would have heard of our sustainable transport business. We are trying to, we have partnered with the government of Lagos State to convert the transport system, the mass transport system, to electric. Not necessarily convert, because we don't even have enough. We need about maybe 6,000 to 7,000 buses to just, get enough for the transport system that we have in Lagos, but we have only about 800 or 900 working. So it's not even a matter of trying to convert. It's a matter of just, let's add to the fleet, but let's make sure that we are adding sustainably. So we have brought 2 buses in, and I can say the government has not been kind in that respect, because we still had to pay duties to come in, and almost 30%.
Did you say you brought 2 buses and,
yes.
and then you had to pay 30%? So a little bit
by
around.
The time we had all the fees,
perhaps duties. some of the issues, what you would like.
These are real life
see.
situations. Yes. So we've had to pay duties despite all the engagements we've had before that, and we are done the POC. That is the proof of concept phase. We have seen that this is workable based on some, government interventions. Yeah. We are now looking into the pilot phase where we want to bring in 50 buses. But we are looking at it that even if you have policies in place, and there are lots of policies, there is enough policies to run this country, but the implementation is different from what you see on paper. So even if you tell you, oh, go bring your 50 buses, your customs and everything will be taken care of, until you get here and until you get those buses in and you don't pay duty, that's when you know that you don't pay duty. So things are not assured. You cannot put things in your economic model and say it's going to work until you have done it. And people outside of this country are not ready for that uncertainty. we are Nigerians. We are resilient. We are almost crazy. Sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. We're almost crazy. We can go into businesses with all these uncertainties. But the average person that is bringing in money into the country does not want to see all that. He'll say, oh, but this person's business had this problem. And with that, we are not interested. So there are a lot of things that we are seeing as we are, as we are getting into the space. We have partnered with a company called Yutong. It's the biggest electric bus company in the world. Their risk appetite is, of course, very large, and they are ready to take risks with you. But they realize what the government is doing. They realize that it's not what is on paper that that happens in the country. So they are very, very skeptical. But they are ready to do that because they want to come into the African space. The African space is very ripe, and we are developing. When I hear transition, I just smile because we are not transitioning. We are trying to get energy. We do not have energy. We do not have energy security. We don't have anything like that. So we're just trying to get energy. And that energy we are trying to get, okay, for example, if I use numbers, we have a plan that we want 30,000 megawatts by 2030. How do we get to that? I was very surprised when Bite said 26,000 generating capacity. I was like, oh, do we have that large then? We're almost there. But transmission is another ball game. Distribution is another ball game. We're only doing 4,000, and we want 30% of that to be renewable energy. How do we get that in place? We want to, in Oando Clean Energy, we are starting a solar assembly plant. And this solar assembly plant is supposed to bring in about 2 million, we're supposed to produce about 2 million watts of solar panels every year. In order for us to do that, we need the government to at least, even if it's land, just take this land and do your assembly plant, and then we'll give you certain incentives. That will make it work. Because if we don't do that, we are talking about all this solar. All we're doing is building businesses that are going back to China to go and buy these solar panels. So if we want that business to stay in Nigeria and the economies and everything to be developed because of all the things we are talking about here today, we have to make sure that we can build capacity in the country to be able to say, let us buy our solar panels from a company in Nigeria that is producing solar panels. Things like that.
Thanks, Ndokwa. I have one question for you, and it's about the infrastructure for the e-mobility.
Yes.
What's the plan for that one?
Okay.
So 60 buses, where are they going to charge? My driver was telling me, I said, so I heard there's e-bus. So he said, yes, ma. But one day they say the power finished on the road. That's what I heard. I'm telling you what my driver said.
I can put my hand on the chest that we did this for 90 working days. And not one day did we have power finish. I mean, it's like petrol. You just saying, oh, petrol finished. You know when your levels are low. Yeah. So you can plan
I said that you
exactly.
Have known that this journey won't go.
It won't go for the whole journey. Yes. So the only difference is you can't just park in the next petrol station to charge. But we have our plan. So it had never happened in 90 days. In fact, we had more interesting things that we saw that regenerative energy was really good here. Things were really, the buses will work really well here. So those were things that surprised us because we were expecting the POC not to come out as good as it did. So if you're talking about the infrastructure, yes, the infrastructure is interesting to say the least. It's challenging. But what we have done is that we have partnered also with Lagos State. If you can power the metro line with an IPP, then we are powering our own bus charging packs with IPPs that are renewable energy. We are looking at hydrogen when we are looking at gas. Those are the two things that we're using for the packs. And we're going to make sure that a certain number of buses are charged in certain areas so that we are not going to one place. We have the plans to put it in different parts of Lagos. And of course, for Nigeria too, we're working that in the rollout phase. So the infrastructure is something that you have to plan with the buses. And that's the real business Oando Clean Energy is really is in that infrastructure. We're just going mass transit so that people can see how easy it is to adopt electric vehicles. It is really for the layman to have an electric vehicle and actually be able to charge. We've done it before. We did it downstream. Everybody knows Oando petrol stations. So now we are going to Oando electric vehicle charging stations and infrastructure. And that's our real business. And that's what we know that we can do with sustainable energy or with renewable energy. So we are looking into that. Right?
Thank you, Tim Chokwe. I just wanted to draw out that example to see the power of the private sector initiative. And that's when we talk about allocation of risks, that's what it really is. Government does its part, the private sector does theirs. So I don't know if Ruchi is still there. Ruchi, are you still there? Is she there? Okay. Hi. So just piggybacking off where we stopped with Temitope, where she talked about, she talked about the partnership she had internationally. They have Owando Clean Energy has internationally with another organization, and how they are very interested in bringing in capital. I want to talk about how policy reforms, and maybe not just talking about reforms, but more like implementation as well. Policy reforms with an oomph. Policy reforms with proper, enforcement and proper action. How do they enhance international cooperation, and attract investments? How do you see it on this side? And given that you guys have given us a plan for us to go and get 10 billion, for which I have a question for you. You've only found 8 billion, and they said commitments. So just write that by the side. What does it take for us to even get that 8 billion? Because it says commitment. That means there are CPs. But that will be part of question and answer. I don't know if Ruchi is still there because I can't say, okay, yes. So my question, going back to my question is, what role do you think climate financing plays here? We now have a plan, and I know that you're also involved in the African Carbon Markets Initiative. How can we, knowing that we have a plan now, how can we initiate or continue to facilitate international cooperation to enhance and attract investments? bit patchy, so but it was coming in bits. But I think I did hear some of the things that you raised. Data being very critical, clarity, consistency, predictability to do with our regulation and our regulatory framework. You also talked about the fact that there's really no carbon framework in that sense right now for a carbon market. So coming back to, I'll go back to the ladies and then come back to the blessed man amongst us. I'd like for us to now talk about what we need to incentivize us. We incentivize research and development, because what you both do has research and development, a high research and development angle to it. So from a private sector perspective, what do you need? Starting with Adrian, I'll go to Tim. What would you need, to incentivize you to be able to raise the stakes? And we've even talked about the role, I think Ayo mentioned the role of universities, for example, and used the example of Stanford. What would you need? What would you like to see that would incentivize you to up the stakes and improve on R&D on your side?
Devising R&D, I think we need to look at current status. How many projects end up with the roasted plantain seller or akara seller or suya seller? Or, what do we do with these things? I think government needs to find ways to encourage private sector or investors when they're coming to invest in some of those research efforts from our universities as part of conditions for even getting access to some of our assets. Of course, research cannot be in isolation, so it has to be collaborative. You're researching to improve something for someone who's producing something, right? So it's very important that that collaboration takes place. It's important that even as you develop that policy, you're ensuring that the research efforts you're investing in matches what you do as a business. Otherwise, you can't sustain it. The interest won't be there, the alignment won't be there. So far, government hasn't done much in that regard. And that's why I think you are not seeing that intentional focus. But the reality is, if we want to get things right, if we really want to move things at the pace at which we should, we must take it seriously. At Sahara Group, we're taking it seriously. And one of the things that we implemented this year is something called the Sahara School of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And we're starting with UNILAG, University of Lagos. What that basically means is we're trying to bring individuals, internal and external, so individuals with companies that have the right resources. Let that be that match, that cross-pollination of opportunities, of ideas. And so we're doing it in two ways. Number one, infusing it into the curriculum as a general studies module that introduces, energy, right? Gets them thinking about clean energy, renewable energy, sustainable energy for the future. That's the objective. So gets that interest, stir up that interest, and then start to progress in building knowledge and capacity by also bringing the industry perspective to what they're doing in theory, in academia, right? It's very important that we're doing that. So you build that interest, because if they don't even know that the opportunities exist, then you're not going to get much from it. So build that interest, and we're hoping that by fourth year, there will be some ideas that are actually, investment worthy, that can go into an incubation hub, be developed, and, pitched to angel investors or, or other type of investment. And in doing that, we're going to set up a center for it. We've started that process, the building process, set up a proper center for it, where that will be housed, right? The classes will happen in there, the incubation hub will be in there, all of that. But it's important that we're building that collaboration between industry and what they're learning in school. Another thing we're doing is research grants for lecturers. So what we're starting is at least 3 lecturers a year will get a research grant of at least $12,000, right? Because they can only give what they have. So if you're not investing in the source of the knowledge, how do you want that knowledge transferred to the students? And then how do you get them to solve the problems of industry? So it's important that that is happening, but what is the government doing to facilitate that? What policies do we have in place to drive that? The Federal Research Institute of Nigeria exists, but guess what? How effective is it? Because who are they doing the research for? How is it useful to the private sector or to the manufacturers or whatever it is? Another thing is, I talked about nature-based solutions as part of our efforts of decarbonization. And in doing that, we're partnering with Nigerian Conservation Foundation to set up a nature reserve in Ikorodu at Egmin, where we have the Egmin power plant. But the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, they don't work alone. So they work with consultants from different institutes. So Forest Research Institute, IITA, different places, even from universities as well. And it is those consultants, those lecturers that come together and do this work for them. So it's important that you're involving them because they have the requisite knowledge. Empower them to do the research. They're already, gifted in that area. Empower them to do the research and collaborate with them. Use the knowledge to drive your own business, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you very much, Ejiro. Very concerned and very interesting angles that you've taken as Sahara. Yes, Temitope, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Owando Clean Energy Limited is just 2 years old, so we have not really put a lot into place. But if I look at my parent company, Owando Energy Resources, we have Owando Academy, something called Owando Academy, where we train people, we do all sorts of things with the academia and also with the private sector. We also have the foundation that goes out, picks people, brings in Owando, does the Owando Graduate System project and all of that. But if I look at my personal life and look at what I would like to see in terms of where we want to go to,
yes,
I would say I went to University of Ibadan, where...
So did I.
Yes, we are many here.
Yes, so I have the mic. Anybody that have the mic.
When we said there was research and development or some kind of support for research and development, what we had was private companies, they'll come and build a hall, build a room.
Exactly, that's what
give us computers.
Yes.
Do something that will look good for the newspapers, and all of that. And off they go. There's no real work to be done. I went to do my master's in Canada. There we had real life situations. They will form groups and they will tell you, this is the company you're going to deal with for the whole time you're here. This is the problem. This is a real life problem. You will go and research into their issues and try and solve their problems. At the end of the day, you have had an education and you have also solved the problem of, and if you don't finish, I'm sure the next group will take it on. So that's what I wish I could see, where when we get to a certain level of development in renewable energy, and we are not there yet, it's still an industry in its infancy, we will get to a point where we'll go to universities, not only give them buildings and all that, but give them issues, problems to solve, and say, okay, this is for the Nigerian space. Right. How does this work for us? Because in oil and gas industry, we sort of waited for the Western world to bring technology to us. Whether it worked for them there, or they were testing it on us here, or they were just making sure that, if it works here, then it will work somewhere else. We didn't know. We just took on whatever technology they brought in, and we implemented it, and we will be the one to take on the risk whether it works or not. So we always waited for, the Western world, the Western technology, some technology from out there. When are we going to tell ourselves that we can develop? And people are developing. It's just that there's no enabling environment for them to bring it to the stage. Because there are sometimes, I went to Port Harcourt some months ago. I was shocked to see how many local women had developed renewable energy equipment to turn oil to, fuel, to build PVs locally. Women, I was so shocked. I was like, this is just because there's no enabling environment for them to bring this thing to the stage where they can be sponsored. So things like that, if you sponsor schools, universities, people, private sector, you'll be surprised at how many things, how our technology will just go off. Because in Africa, as you said, we are resilient people. We are people that are intelligent. You'll be surprised what we'll come up with when we are given that money and, this world stage to be able to act on.
Thank you, Temitope. Thank you. Thank you. Very well said. So, Ayo, before I go to the audience, I hope we still have a few minutes to ask questions or take comments. Now, we've heard all of this, but there's still... What would you see? We've heard all that government needs to do. We've heard what private sector has tried to do in spite of the very, very constraining environment. What would you recommend should be government's role in energizing this transition and taking it forward? Oversight, we said enabling environment. So should we leave it to oversight alone, hand-holding, penalties, incentives? I mean, looking at the climate, the Climate Council, for example, you see things about, we already started seeing things about penalties. And I'm wondering to myself, is this the way to go? Should we start taxing people from a penalty standpoint? Is it the way to go? Is that the way to incentivize? So what are your thoughts?
Okay, I'll use a few examples. As you were speaking, I was thinking about the gas flare commercialization program that, interestingly, I'm advising on. You would find out that for a long time, there were issues around paying penalties for flaring gas. But businessmen did a cost-benefit analysis and just kept finding out that paying was better. If you push out penalties, they would always find smart commercial, legal consultants to work around that. Why don't you make it attractive to do otherwise? One. And the gas flare commercialization program is an example. Rather, guys are falling over each other to go to those flare sites to do projects. I know because I'm quite heavily involved. That's one. Take another example. Go to Nitel. Nitel used to be very corrupt. I was very young, but I heard those stories. And I knew my mom would say she was going to queue up, or someone, an auntie would say she was going to queue up to pay a bill or something, Nitel, and they'll come, maybe cut some lines, I think. Yeah, but once there was GSM, and there was an opportunity, the enabling environment was there to make money, there was no longer corruption for Nitel. I mean, I think Nitel is even dead, if I'm not mistaken. They tried to do GSM, they couldn't succeed. Now, third thing, and your laughter just made me forget, yes. Public sector, reduce human interface. And I'll give you an example. You want to get your C of O. Apart from whatever else you need to do, if it's a choice property in Ikoyi or whatever, you need to take 50 million naira. They wouldn't take a check from you. They wouldn't do transfers. You need to take cash. But imagine a scenario where you do not interface with public servants. What you do is you go online, you fill a form. There is a PwC or one of the big four guys behind the scenes who sees that process and approves it. The public servant doesn't do anything. The only thing the public servant does is to print out the form. And they have a 20-day period to fill out that, to print out that form. Otherwise, you are deemed to have gotten approval. And then a more senior person or a director or whatever is obliged under the law to issue that document. I think at times it's about thinking through these things, not just putting it in the law, but operationalizing it. So for me, it's incentives. Because if you fight corruption, you will fight back. Rather than fight corruption, I'll go around it. Make it attractive not to be corrupt. Remove the human interface. I'm not going to fight and jail people. No, people are going to steal $1 billion naira and leave 800 million in the Bahamas and give you 200 million back and say, plea bargain. And that's it. You know, I don't know if you saw it in the dailies. Someone is suing the EFCC because they returned, I think the former accountant general, because they returned $1 billion or 8 billion, and they're counter-suing because the EFCC is not trying to prosecute them. But they said, no, we agreed that if we returned the money with the old guard, that was the former EFCC boss, you will not prosecute us. Now we've returned the money, are prosecuting us. See, if you don't find a way around corruption, make it unattractive and make doing the opposite attractive. GSM, Nitel is an example. Gas flare is an example. I'm sure there are several examples. They'll come and meet you, you're a smart commercial lawyer. You structure something for them outside the law. See local content. You will find someone to hold that share in trust. And you have a trust agreement behind the scene. So it's always better to look for a way for the private sector to make money. You can come meet me. I can also structure those deals for you. Yeah, so you can you just make it attractive to do the opposite. Remove human interface with the public service. And I think that's it. I won't do a stick, I'll do a carrot. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just a few things to perhaps give some more context to what Ayo is saying. I think Adrian had said a lot of the things that in recommendations she had made, you know, as to what government needs to do. One of the things she said was capacity building. And it's really very important. the NCC that runs our telecom sector today is obviously much more different from whatever regulator ran NITEL, if there was at the time. So at the same time as we also look at incentives, the kinds of people who are in the regulatory space, their qualifications, like the billion people we have in this room, if they are also incentivized to be part of government, can change the landscape. I mean, one of the things that I can't remember who was saying it. I'm not sure if it was him, but someone was talking about the fact. I think it was still a Judah. I think it was still a Judah. I was talking about the fact that if you have, if government doesn't have people who are savvy on their side, they can get a bad deal. But it can also work the other way. The corollary is that you get people who are on government side who don't really understand how things work, and they give a bad deal. What happens is that private sector will sign. They will do signing ceremony. Nothing will happen. After that signing ceremony, there will be no project. That's all. It will stay in the paper. They'll smile for the pictures. We know how many of those things have happened. We as lawyers, we know how many things we signed. As we are signing, we've packed it and put it somewhere because there is no project. Because they can't fund it. But they had to do it. Because they said, okay, we won't be the ones to walk away. You know, so let us try and do it. You know how we say Nigerians will manage. So the capacity building, it comes, you know, being able to incentivize also comes with people on the regulatory side understanding what it means to incentivize. So that when you bring out the stick, you bring out the stick well. When you bring out the stick with understanding and you're telling the person that you are giving the stick to, or you are putting the stick on, and this is why I'm doing it, they don't have much wiggle room because they know that you've done what you need to do. But where is the other way around, and all we have is just penalties. People will always find a way around it. So I don't know if you have time for questions. We will take a few questions, but I know we've overshot. 2 questions. Yes, please. Looks like we don't have questions. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm just using the little opportunity to make a contribution, right? It's not a question, but it's just to express my own views about, regionalization. Electrical and electricity is a system. It is driven by physics and engineering. It's not driven by laws or how people feel about it, right? So the fact that you can make a law to say that people can form their own system, it's not the optimal thing. Driven by science or physics, everywhere else in the world, people are trying to roll up systems to make one big one. You don't take a big thing and start slicing it into little. So if we are frustrated by the central leadership, and that is what is driving this, then we have to work towards that. You cannot turn engineering upside down, right? So if you go to United States, all of the utilities are rolled up to form 3 transmission backbones. One in the east, one in the west, and then Texas that had decided to be on its own and has been suffering for that. Has suffered for that. It's been shocked and had blackouts when Oklahoma and all the other states around it could get power into it. So I think that it's very important. There are mini grids, there are things that you can do. Nothing had stopped any generation company from doing an embedded generation. VI Power is not because of Electricity Act.
No. They could
right?
always do it.
So anybody could have done it. The discos have always had their footprint and network, but they understood the market better, and after a time, they were able to, and people can roll that out, right? So the Electricity Act that decides to try to break the grid and cost actually introduces risk, right? So that's my personal view. Again, engineering system, power system is driven by physics and engineering and not by anybody who can make law. Right? That's my own. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Felix Ekundayo. I want to dissect what you said. It's a contribution, not a question as such. The removal of human intervention. So I will give you a small anecdote, and then I will tell you what I think where we are. I'm sure many of us are familiar with the visa on arrival. Okay? Visa on arrival is actually a non-human intervention. I get a message from a LinkedIn contact, an American I've never met before, says he's put in for his visa on arrival, he's paid everything, he's waiting for his visa, and he is about to cancel his trip. He hasn't received it. I said, okay, fine. I don't know what the system is, but I'll call somebody who I happen to know in immigration. So I called the lady, and she said, ha, ha, ha. Oh God, there's online and then there's online. So I said, okay, what is online? She said, I said, is there money involved? She said, I can't answer that, sir. I said, you just did, right? So what do we need to do to get this sorted? So we had to have a transaction. I had to go out and pay so that this person's visa can be approved. So even the printing process, even if it's just to print, the printing process becomes a transaction. But I couldn't go back to this gentleman and tell him it was a money issue. I just had to tell him, oh, it's been resolved, and he got his paperwork, right? So we will always find a way. Now, that's why I said I would dissect what you said. The second part of it is the incentive. You have to make it worth their while to process it, right? So we were too much on the stick side, as opposed to the carrot side. We have to make it worth their while to process these things on time. So really, that's why I said they sit at two different spectrums of what you were describing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does make sense. And I think from a checks and balances point of view, I think that's why I suggest you have a big four supervise that process and the regular checks. And you have timelines. That's the way angle from which I see it. Timelines, checks and balances. Now to Mr. Wonodi's point, I'm anti the Electricity Act. I won't say this publicly. I do not think that...
You just said it.
Well, I'm not sure how many states understand what it is to have a wholesale electricity market. Many states think it's about having power plants. No. There's system planning, there's scheduling, there's stuff they can't even do to give us water. And when the traffic lights, you know, the Lekki traffic lights are not all working.
Always working.
It's there. It's been like that for like 3 days that I have seen it, maybe more. So if you cannot plan, you cannot schedule, you do not understand the difference between a retail and a wholesale market, you will just be creating chaos. Now, do you have a minister who understands the power sector? I won't answer that question. Do you have an integrated plan? Because before you know it, Oyo will do X, this will do B, and it will be chaos. I've never belonged to that school of thought that states should. Well, you can argue energy federalism. Maybe that's why if you go to a country like Canada, and everyone wants to go to Canada, you find a Calgary, a Vancouver, a Toronto well-developed. You'll be shocked when you get to a Saskatchewan, when you get to Prince Edward Island. It's like a farm. Some, they go to they bring food items to the supermarket once a week. So federalism lets people develop at their own pace. But you need to be sure you understand the dynamics of having particularly a wholesale market. In fact, I say to people that people who rejoice about Electron and all of that, they could have done this under the Electric Power Sector Reform Act. It's not the law that's changed anything really. Yeah, so those things could always have been done. So there's very little for me in terms of the Electricity Act and the excitement by states. States will give ISPOs for 5 megawatt power plants. So how then do they have wholesale market? I mean, if you understand the power sector, you understand what I mean. If you have to give an ISPO for a 5 megawatt power plant, how do you invest? That means you're not investment attractive. You're not. That's what it means. And I just did a deal in an eastern state where it was an ISPO. I won't go into details. That's my view about decentralization. We need to think it through properly. A central system with 1 or 2 states maybe, but all states going is going to be chaotic. And you remember today's dates when it does start.
Don't worry, Ayo. I think we already know. You wanted some parts
and the fact that each state has to come up with its own policy is going to become counterproductive in the end of the day. There's no way.
How it goes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're done. We're actually done. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Great panel. Thank you for all your contributions. I learned a lot about what Sahara is doing and what Wando and Clean Energy is doing. So it's been really great. Thank you very much. And thank you for being such an engaging audience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them again as they take their pictures. I learned a lot as well from this panel. It's not enough to fight corruption. You have to incentivize anti-corruption. Too much. Let him go in between two of them. Allies. All right, let's put our hands together for them again. So just to do a run through of of our activities of the day, we've had a wonderful keynote address from Mr. Rumundaka Wonodi, keynote panels. We just listened to the panel session of the policy and regulatory frameworks for sustainable energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce to you that now we're going for lunch. We'll take a lunch break. And when we come back, we have 2 panel sessions to go. So the break is a very quick one because we don't have time. Time has been far spent. A lunch break of 30 minutes. So please, to my left, your right, there's a door there. You can just go outside and grab your lunch, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much. It's still the energy session.
I'll play the blues for you. got to listen. She remembers when slightly hungover, slightly hungover you. Slightly hungover, slightly hungover you. I'd be lying, baby, if I said it wasn't true. Slightly hungover, maybe slightly blue. Slightly hungover, maybe slightly blue. I never had the blues, baby, before I met you. Slightly hungover you. Slightly hungover, slightly hungover you. You shouldn't lie, baby, no, no, to someone who loves you, and I do. Morning after you. Morning after you. Morning won't last forever, and I'll be over you. And I'll be over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had your bellies filled and had a good meal. I saw that you were enjoying your meal, man. No, the lady behind you, she really enjoyed her meal. And I'm just going to welcome us back to the second half of day 2 at the Energy Sustainability Conference. We have 2 panel sessions to go, and I believe that they're going to be wonderful. So please, if you're standing, find your seats. Thank you very much. I want to welcome back our online audience as well, those watching us via Zoom and YouTube. It's still the Energy Sustainability Conference hosted by the Energy Institute of Africa. Energy Institute Africa, I beg your pardon. All right, so we're going to our panel session, the third one of the day, the technological innovations and infrastructure development in the energy sector. Now, our speakers are very important and distinguished individuals. The first person I'm going to call up to the podium is an Associate Vice President of Gas Business at Hayes Holding Oil and Gas Limited. She has P&L responsibility for HHOG, energy sector. She holds a BSc in Management and Accounting and an MBA in Finance and Strategic Management from the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. She's also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Associate Vice President, Gas Business Hayes Oil and Gas, Mojisola Iyamabo. Our second guest is the Chief Financial Officer at Arnergy. He's an investment and corporate finance professional with 10 years of experience in fundraising, due diligence. I've just been informed that, unfortunately, our second guest, Mr. James, would not be joining us. I'm going to move on quickly to the other speaker on this panel. She's a process automation lead, technical consultant for East and West Africa at Schneider Electric Systems. She has a degree in electronics and engineering. Sorry, that's a mouthful. Leadership certification at the INSEAD University. And she also is pursuing an MBA at the Nextford University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Belema Koleoso. I hope I didn't ruin your name. Koleoso, I didn't know it was Yoruba. Hey, Kole, yeah, I'll pay. You see me after, I'll pay. All right. Now, to host this wonderful panel is a man that I personally am just feeling his attire. But before we get to looks, let's talk about what a wonderful pedigree of man he is. He's a chemical engineer with over 30 years experience in the oil and gas industry, an expert in commissioning and operation of midstream and downstream oil and facilities. Also UK trained chemical engineer who spent more than 15 years covering midstream and downstream oil and gas. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Felix Ekundayo, the CEO of Ashiko Energy and Gas Terminaling.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the very easy job of bringing very well-fed people up to speed post-lunch. So I will do my best. I said I will try. So we've had a couple of communication outages. And I remember when Dayo Kusami was up here and the communication went off. And he said, don't worry, I have the voice of a lawyer. And he could speak comfortably. And everybody was relaxed. Right? Well, I have the voice of an engineer and an entrepreneur. The difference is Dayo's voice is very, very, how should we say, melodious, smooth by money. An engineer and an entrepreneur's voice is melancholic. It is hardened by, how should we say, struggle and suffering. So it is not unusual for my panelists sometimes to spontaneously burst into tears. but they are laughing, so at least we're on a good start on this one. I describe myself as an engineer and an entrepreneur, and that is an interesting place to be in Nigeria. We have a dearth of infrastructure. We recognize we have a dearth of infrastructure. I will make some statements to put it into context. It's not something you heard. It's not something that one hasn't experienced. A couple of hours ago, I received a call, and I'll give you the lead-in. So this is not a promotional thing. We, as a company, are building LNG infrastructure. We want to build LNG infrastructure to be able to use Nigeria's gas and bring it in. That's number one. We recognize that we need infrastructure in this country, and we recognize that we need funding for this. So we're out looking for funds. We got a message, which was relayed to me today, that a US DFI, who the financial advisors had been talking to, has said unfortunately, they can't fund this project when they realize what it was. It said it's LNG going to power. They said they cannot fund it because it's going to power. But they can fund it if it was going to agriculture, which is export. Right? So if we're going to use LNG and make it into urea, they would be happy to fund it. But this is the same America that is buying our gas for its own power stations. So somebody had said earlier, and I'll go back to the quotations that were made earlier, we must use our own resources to build for ourselves. So we have a very distinguished panel here. I had one additional panel member who unfortunately sent a message just before we started that he had to leave, who's the CFO of Energy, the renewable side. The topic of our panel is technological innovations and infrastructure development in the energy sector. Now, in the write-up, if you had read the write-up earlier, it actually focuses more on renewables. But I will take fiat as the owner of the microphone to insist and include gas, because obviously that is an area that you are familiar with in terms of how we need to develop. So we've got Hess Holdings, right? Or here's oil and gas in this particular context. And we've also got Schneider. We were talking generation. Now, the theme I was going to build up was gas generation, clean energy or renewable generation, and then how you get that integrated into a network to sell it. So I'll give you the first question, okay? What strategies are essential, right, for improving the resilience and modernization of energy grids and energy infrastructure development in Nigeria, from your perspective? Yes.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Felix, for the question. I think strategies that you need to build resilience, whether it's for energy grids or other form of infrastructure, has to be multifaceted. So it's not just a technology approach in terms of solution. It will be one, looking at your technology innovation, to looking at your strategic planning, and then looking at what policy initiatives you need to put in place to tie everything together. And I think the starting point from my perspective would be around strategic planning, because you need to take a step back and have a big picture of what you're trying to do, and then strategically plan that. Because it is out of that plan, then you now decide what technology should I be, deploying, or what, initiatives should I be pushing from a policy perspective. In terms of specific examples, if I was looking at how to build resilience in an energy grid or how to modernize a grid, there are specific examples around one, just building a smart grid implementation, which is basically you're using technology, you're using communication devices, maybe like sensors, smart metering, renewable integrators. You're bringing all that together and you're deploying it into your grid to ensure that you have a grid that is reliable, that is sustainable, that is efficient. I think another point which was being discussed as I just entered the room around resilience in energy grids is around decentralization models. Okay. So in Nigeria today, most of our electricity comes from a centralized model where you have generation that is done by the generating plants, that goes to the Transco, and then that goes to the Disco, and then ultimately to the customer. But I think increasingly it's becoming very clear that it's important to increase the level of decentralization. There are a number of models that you can use. One, micro mini grids, which are independent of the centralized system, which you can also decide to integrate, all that builds resilience into your energy grid. You can also decide to use distributed energy resources, which are basically your solar panels, your wind turbines, basically things that generate electricity close to where it is being used. So you can also use that to build resilience. Thirdly, energy storage is becoming extremely important as we transition and we talk about sustainability and clean energy. And the reason I say this is because with sustainability and just looking for cleaner forms of energy, there's a push towards renewables. And as you know, Felix, with renewables, by their very nature, are very intermittent. And because they're intermittent, you would need a backup that would come into play anytime there's a disruption to that renewable energy. So energy storage systems are critical in making sure that you're building a modernized infrastructure around the energy space. And of course, investment in research and development around technologies that would help to build resilience, around technologies that would also help to modernize infrastructure or modernize the grid. And then lastly, and I know that we've flogged these issues around policy and incentives. So giving out incentives to people today that are deliberate about the choices they make in the type of technologies that they use that promote resilience and that promote a modern grid. So it's a cocktail of technology, it's a cocktail of strategic planning and also policy initiatives to make sure that we're driving the participants in the industry to achieve that goal, that desired end.
Thank you very much for that contribution. The issues that you mentioned in terms of storage, energy storage, and so on, I'd like to come back to it later. We spoke earlier, one of the speakers spoke about battery storage, hydrogen, and so on. I will come back to those topics as we go along. But from Schneider's point of view, we hear, I certainly have heard over the years the work that Schneider will do to help improve the grid. Okay? Can you give us some idea around what has happened so far, but also specifically in what ways can digital technologies, IoT, they talk about AI all the time. For me, AI, artificial intelligence, speaks to the Terminator, right? So, but over and above the extreme scenario, what beneficial aspects do we expect to get out of AI, out of IoT for improving our grid? Please, over to you.
So Schneider Electric, what we do is everything from medium voltage to low voltage. So things like your switch gears, your breakers, protection systems. So around where you're now connecting to infrastructure, that's where Schneider normally comes in. Schneider doesn't really play in the distribution area. We also have grid connectors. Okay, for mini grid. So we have a mini grid business, you know, where we look at using IoT, you know, and AI to optimize the grid. So you asked a question on how technology, digital technology, you know, is helping the grid, the energy sector today. Digital technology basically helps us to make better decisions, and it optimizes the whole value chain around the energy sector. When we look at IIoT, basically IIoT helped us to get contextualized data. Okay, everything before will be going as planned, and people will react to different events. But what IIoT did was to look at connected devices, and then from those devices get actionable data. And then AI then comes upon that, you know, to then create system models, you know, that are trained over time, and then from that you can then get predictive and prescriptive information, actionable information and insights. So technology, technology, AI and IoT, what it has done is that it has come into the space and actually made it more resilient. If we look at what is happening in the oil and gas industry, you'll see that a lot of savings has been actually achieved by the oil and gas industry from implementing digital technologies. In some cases, we see between 15 and 25%, you know, in energy savings. Schneider Electric also plays in that area, you know, where we work with oil and gas companies, and take them through a digital transformation, you know. And it's the similar kind of thing that we can get, you know, in the energy industry, where we look at the devices that we have and look at how we can get that data. It's actually happening today. It's just not happening so much in Nigeria. You know, get the data and then get actionable insights, you know, from the data, so that we can move from just being reactive, you know, to being prescriptive, you know. And another thing, there is this premise, you know, that the advent of technology is pushing today, which is the virtual power plants. So what you see is that people then become more interactive in the grid space. So, for example, we all have some kind of backup power in our house. We have solar, we have, in fact, as far back as 2015, my dad bought this gas gen, and we were looking at him like, okay, everybody's doing fuel, like you boy, you go ahead and buy gas. But he was working in the oil and gas industry then, so it made sense to him. So I guess was, you know, ahead in the sustainability curve. So, you know, a lot of people have this DERs, you know, in their houses, and you generate energy and you just store it. And sometimes your panel is on, okay, and your battery is full, and you know, it's still, the current is just not moving because, you know, there is no real potential difference there, you know. But what you can then do is to monetize that excess power, okay? You have policies around net metering where you can sell the excess power on a network, and that's where virtual power plants come in. So people can then become more interactive in the energy dynamics. You have different DERs, you have controllers, and then you have a demand response program, you know, that then takes all these things and builds a network out of it, making a unified and controlled power plants, basically, you know, where people are able to share assets. You're able to have scheduling information, you know, when, for example, the utility power is going to be cheaper, and you can schedule that, okay, you want to do certain things around that time. And then you can also get insight on, okay, I need to protect my capacity power, you know, for my assets. So let's say things like scheduling, maintenance scheduling, I can do it at such and such a time, and then to ensure that, you know, I'm not left in the dark, I can use my neighbor's battery, okay? So there are arrangements around that, you know, that IoT and AI, you know, are fostering. And then what you see in that space is that increasingly you then have a network of prosumers, you know, that help to make the grid more resilient and also help to ensure that, you know, energy is sustainable. Because I think Ayo was saying earlier on that people would naturally put investments into where you have money. And when you have energy as a commodity that everybody has a part and parcel with, I think, you know, with that, you can see a lot more adoption, you know, of renewables, in the sense that people are already doing it, you know, but they do it on smaller scales, you know, that in itself is not exactly sustainable because there's a lot of excess power that goes to waste. But if you can actually, you know, aggregate and utilize that excess power in a sharing formula, you know, you then, you know, begin to get revenue, and you then begin to get more utility out of it.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of, I like the context of your narrative, okay? We're building more resilience, we're applying technology, maybe not to the extent that it is being done in the developed world, but we are trying to do those or bring that technology in. The issue of distributed grids strikes me as an interesting challenge. The Nigerian mindset, we are very used to the on your own type of approach, okay? And because of that, one has seen private grids, private mini generations collapse because neighbors don't, it's your turn to buy fuel, it's your turn to do this. And so that lack of trust in the system, just amongst ourselves, makes these things collapse. How then would we manage that? I'm going off piste a little bit, right? How then do we manage that? How do you see this mini grid working, right? Where people, it's not your neighbor you're asking for money, it's not your neighbor you're generating capacity for, right? We've got probably over 20 gigawatts of individual power generation, right? That can be pumped into a grid. How would you see that happening, either with the aid of technology or otherwise, so that we can bring all this excess power into the grid?
So on the software side, there's a lot that's happened now with blockchain, okay? And then on the fiscal asset side, where you have a transparent accounting system, okay, you already have credits, in that account. You already get your credits from net metering, okay? And it's just like when you go to buy fuel, for example, like you mentioned, you have to make a cash transfer, for that to come to you. So in that network also, the same way we go, we buy recharge cards, airtime and all these things. Exactly. Think about it like that you are buying airtime for energy. Okay. So you are going there with cash. You are not going to your neighbor per se. You are going to the central repository to be able to get, the energy that you need.
Well, I for one would be looking forward to a system where the government pays me back money,
and
right?
If I can just add to that, I think that already happens in countries like the UK. I know my uncle was telling me that he has solar panels at home and he sells power to the grid and he gets a credit. So at the end of the month, the amount he spends on his own power is reduced by the amount of power that he has sold to the grid. So one way is to put in those incentives here in the local market. I know we're far from it, but we need to start thinking about, incentives such like that. And I'm sure it works. Everybody wants to earn an additional naira also.
I mean, to be honest, I like your contributions both. We have too much excess power, right, available for us not to be able to utilize it conveniently. Your generator at home when you're at work is idle, all of those kind of things. How do we push it back into the system? So liquidity with a central body, an aggregating body that what you were referring to in the UK, you actually see your meter running one way, and then when you are generating excess power, it starts to unwind. So it doesn't even have to be a cash transfer. It really is just a reduction of your normal bill. So I appreciate that. Now, looking outside of mini grids, we've heard of what HERES does, and I'm sure that I don't know what your participation in mini grids is, or if it's a much more large-scale infrastructure that you're after. How do you reconcile with all what we have been discussing today? How do you reconcile? How do we harmonize fossil fuel technology with sustainability? Is this possible, or is it a pipe dream?
That's a very interesting question. I think it is complex.
Okay.
I think it is challenging, but I don't think it is necessarily a pipe dream.
Okay.
I think that there is need for a concerted effort for us to mitigate the effects that fossil fuels have had on our environment, especially as we transition into more cleaner forms of energy. And I would give some consideration. And I think that this technology, integrating fossil fuel technology with sustainability is already happening at some level. And I'll give some examples. Think about CCUs, which are carbon capture, utilization and storage technology. And basically what those do is they take carbon dioxide that we've already emitted in the environment, they transport it and they either utilize it for additional processes or you store it in maybe a depleted reservoir, or you go to a large point source like a refinery or a power plant where there's a lot of CO2 emission and try to capture that. So that is one way in which you're looking at one way in which you are integrating a fossil fuel technology as you move towards your journey of sustainability. Secondly is if you look at efficiency improvements, there's a lot of R&D that's going into efficiency improvements, whether it has to do with all the way at the upstream when you're thinking of your extraction. How do I extract in a more sustainable way? How do I extract my resources to make sure that I'm not generating as much CO2 as I was 2-3 years ago? There's also, when you think about systems that combine heat and power, so the heat that comes from the power you're generating, you're extracting that heat and then using it for other purposes. Then I think if you also look at technologies that integrate fossil fuel technology with renewable energy, I think that is so powerful because it helps to diversify and increase the sustainability of your energy mix. So think about say a natural gas-fired plant. Without integrating it with a solar panel, for example, the amount of CO2 you'll be emitting. Imagine technologies that we have today that can actually integrate that natural gas-fired power plant as a backup to a solar plant. Because obviously solar is intermittent. If there's no sun, there will be no electricity that will be generated by the plant. So these are technologies that are already available. These are technologies that are already helping us in our journey towards sustainability. But I should say that these are not the long-term complete solution. I think the long-term complete solution is a move towards cleaner energy. And as been said in the room over and over again, that transition, it must be gradual and it must be just.
Gradual and just. I like that. I come from a bit more radical background in terms of, I think it was said yesterday, it's not a transition, it's a destination, right? And it's been said over and over again, the issue is not, is carbon, it's not about gas. We have a lot of gas in Nigeria. We have a natural resource that we have not even begun to exploit, right? And when it comes to our opportunity to exploit it, we have to exploit it. We must be selfish, okay? Renewables across the world are coming in. They are making a substantial contribution. But for a country like Nigeria, where we're still industrializing and so on, we need to use gas to industrialize. We need to use gas to power our economy. Now, in terms of, again, we've spoken about digitizing the energy space. So it's not just about energy. Oh, and my apologies, by the way, Mojisola. You are Here's Energies, not Here's Oil and Gas. So Here's Energies, which captures a lot more. So what would you, starting with you, what would you say your contribution as Schneider would be in terms of how do we, the fastest way, this government wants to achieve certain objectives within a very short space of time. What would Schneider's recommendations be, rather than maybe specifically what you will do, what would your recommendations be in terms of improving the grid, the infrastructure that we have?
I think, again, Schneider doesn't do smart meters, but smart meters is the first thing, the first adoption we need to, get on the ground. And because it's the bedrock of data collection. Okay, our grid is not yet smart, as we would want to think about smart grids. And the heart of smart grids is the meter, the smart meter. So we need to get smart meters, wide adoption. Again, we need to see the money coming in, because the generating companies, and transmission companies need to get their revenue, for what they are supplying. So smart meters is the first thing. And then look at infrastructure, buildings, plants, homes, and incentivize them for using smart devices, for making their houses eco-friendly. In Schneider Electric, we have what we call WISER, that looks at things like occupancy rates, and ensuring that there is an automated energy management system, in every building. Okay, so things like that make people begin to think about having an in-grade energy management system, in any kind of organization or infrastructure that they're looking to, go into. For example, one thing we do with oil and gas companies today is EcoStruxure Power and Process. So what we do is we aggregate the information from the energy systems and unify that with the process systems. And so think about it like you're in the room, and every time you turn on the light switch, you know how much that costs. So that is going to change your mindset radically as to how you look at power and how you use power. Okay, so things like that, where there is transparency, in the information, that comes from the ERP level right down to the connected, devices level. And that's the approach that Schneider Electric takes. We deploy app and analytics softwares, that take all this information from the device level and then does the calculations and KPI analysis for you, so that when you look at your dashboard, you know where you are, on the spot. And also giving you prescriptions, on what to do to better your asset, so that the grid is not running a reactive system, but is rather running a predictive system. Another thing is a system where the consumers, have more control over what they are consuming, in the sense that there is transparency with mobile devices. They can log on to a site, they can get notifications on their phone, and they become participants, active participants in that journey. And where you have that kind of landscape, there are a lot of things that then come out of that. There are a lot of ventures, that come out of that to make it sustainable.
Okay, thank you. You have a contribution?
Yes, I just want to add to what she said. I don't think it's for a lack of knowing what to do, which is why we haven't improved the electricity system. I think there have been many conferences where we've talked about you need to look at an integrated approach, look at everything from generation, transmission, distribution to the customer. So I think it's with the implementation. But that said, I don't think that will take us as quickly as we want to where we want to be. I think that the concept of mini grids and microgrids is the way to go. We need to fractionize, so to speak, the solutions to address the energy sufficiency issue we have. And I think mini grids, microgrids is the way to go.
I mean, I can't agree more in terms of, look, we have to parcel out areas, concessions, in order to do the mini grids, start off with the mini grids and then integrate. But then we should not forget the experience of Texas that was mentioned. At some point in time, it has to be reintegrated back. I will take...
And if I can even add to that, you see, so when we look at mini grids and microgrids, you can actually plug back to the grid. Okay, you don't need to be an island. And all of that still comes back to that meter. You have to have a meter because you have to be able to see what's coming in. You have to be able to aggregate your power. If you are not able to measure, then you are not really able to build into anything. So.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you each individually one last question and then kind of open it up. You have spoken to the concept, which is, I actually feel that over the years we've been fed a diet of cheap energy. So that has not made us value energy in the context that it should be, okay? So you spoke to something that I'm passionate about, which is combined heating and power, energy efficiency, and so on. We had projects where we took solar systems, gas-fired systems to generate cooling for off-grid cold rooms so that we could preserve another area that we speak about in the country, agriculture. It went nowhere, right? How do you see here's his contributions in this space of energy efficiency infrastructure? What would you be doing? What are you going to contribute to in that area, please?
So I would say we're at the beginning of the curve in terms of energy efficiency initiatives. So I'll take it as a food for thought. But if you're going to ask me just my own personal views, I think just supporting developers that are already playing in that space. I was reading a report by, I believe it was McKinsey, and we're looking at the IOCs and NOCs and the amount of investments that they're putting into developers in this renewable clean energy space, and it was mind-blowing. And I think that's a take back, that's a food for thought for us as Energy, and it's something that we definitely have an eye on, and going into the future is something that we'll be exploring deeply.
Very well. We will we'll certainly take you up on that at some later stage. Final question to you, Belema. This I would have addressed to the energy individual, but it also equally applies to Schneider. Energy storage, we've heard all sorts of forms of applications of energy storage and so on. I'd like to get your view. Personally, we spoke earlier, and last year, Yewanda and I were in Aberdeen to see some new clean energy technologies. There's a lot of discussion about hydrogen. For me personally, when I started out my engineering career, I won't tell you when, don't want to disclose age or anything. When I started out, I worked on hydrogen projects. And even at that time, it was a challenging product to handle in terms of to make, to store, to transport. I don't think that hydrogen, I think hydrogen has a place, right? But I think it is a future energy storage product in situ, right? Use solar, excess solar to generate hydrogen and then use that at night. It saves you from going to batteries if we can get to that technology. But today, one of the questions we asked them at the Aberdeen University, I think is where we went as part of the tour, is clean hydrogen, i.e. taking renewables to make hydrogen. Clean hydrogen, the efficiency is down to about 20%. So if I put in 100 units of energy, I can only get 20 back. So that's not essentially really efficient. Now, having given that narrative, what areas of expertise, what is Schneider doing in the area of energy storage infrastructure?
So we majorly work with partners for storage systems. We don't necessarily create or build, storage systems. There are, a lot of storage systems that are there today. They say batteries are not so reliable, but then there's also the long duration long duration storage systems, that are in circulation today. Hydrogen is not necessarily the only answer. And like you said, it's still in its infancy. And I think with time, a lot of things will change, with it. But there are many other systems, storage systems that renewables are being paired with, and they're having very good applications out of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from my very distinguished panelists who have held sway, actually, with the absence of one gentleman. So thank you very much, Mojisola. Thank you very much, Belema. So in closing, I always say this, that Nigeria has an energy crisis, albeit self-inflicted. We have a paucity of infrastructure and a growing population. What I say, famine in the midst of plenty. We have to use what we have to get what we want. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them again. All right. So straight, we're going to the second panel session of the second half, navigating the transition, multi-sector collaborations for sustainable energy investment. And if there's one thing we've learned over the course of this conference, is that collaborations are necessary. All right, so we're going to be having 4 speakers, and I assume that they're all around. Okay. 4 of our speakers. I'm going to introduce the first person. He began his career as a project engineer, but currently he's the CEO of Power Gas Nigeria, the largest compressed natural gas producer and distributor in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sumit Singh. Clap, clap, clap. Come on, energy. Our second guest is an accomplished petroleum engineer with over 2 decades of experience in the energy sector. He's the CEO of Walter Smith Petroman Oil Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Oladapo Filani. I hope I got that one right. And our third guest, if we were short of men in the last one, is also a man. He's the country director for Husk in Nigeria. Prior to Husk, he worked with 2 global banks as well as a female-led impact investor. Ladies and gentlemen, the country director of Husk Power Systems, Olu Aruike. Now, to host this panel session, you're excited, I like that. She is a seasoned project finance specialist and manager, renowned for her expertise in project due diligence and financial advisory. She currently holds the prestigious position of Senior Vice President, Infrastructure and Climate at Chapel Hill Denham. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ifeoma Finney.
So we have one woman on the panel. I'm going to introduce her. She's not listed. Her name is Adaobi Onoruka. Please come up to the stage. She's a director in ARM Harris. Very important. We have to have the finance. Welcome. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ifeoma Finney. I'm delighted to be moderating this session today, titled Navigating the Transition, Multi-Sector Collaborations for Sustainable Energy Investment. I am a Senior Vice President and within the Infrastructure Climate team at Chapel Hill Denham. And I'm really delighted because you have representatives from across the sector, oil, gas, and renewables, and finance, which is key. Now, so we've been talking about this in the conference. Recent shifts indicate that there's a move towards renewable energy. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, it was about $1.3 trillion in 2022. However, much more is needed. To meet our goals, we would need to be investing $5 trillion per annum between 2023 and 2030. And much of this needs to be coming to emerging and developing economies like Nigeria. Now, our session today for countries like Nigeria, right, that are deeply entrenched in the oil and gas space, the navigation is critical, and how we transition to renewable energies is quite critical. And so our discussion today will focus on these collaborative frameworks between conventional and the renewable sector. Knowledge transfer will be key, policy formation, a whole range of aspects is key. And I'm really excited to be discussing with everyone in the session today. Welcome, and thank you for agreeing to speak. So I'd like to start with Dapo Filani.
Thank you.
Now, considering the strategic importance of oil in Nigeria's economy, how can traditional oil companies actively contribute to and benefit from the transition to renewable energy? So how can the expertise and skills, obviously oil and gas companies are well established, how can these skills be transferred to other emerging sectors like renewable energy?
Thank you. I guess let me start first of all from the word traditional. I guess once you're traditional, it means you are set in your ways. So I guess the whole intent is oil and gas companies in Nigeria, it means we're traditional, we're set in our ways. Yes, to a large extent. But I know this statistics is very much available. Today, the oil and gas industry in Nigeria contributes over 90% of our export revenue. Yeah. In terms of our GDP, between 5 to 9% of our GDP today. Okay? So the weight of that in itself on the oil and gas industry, we recognize that. That irrespective of whatever we do, we have to keep that generation capacity going. That's the artery to sustenance of the country as a whole. So we do recognize that, and that in itself is a weight that determines what we do as oil and gas practitioners, oil and gas operators in Nigeria today. In terms of, if you go extend to Africa in terms of demand for energy, and I'm sure you've covered that in the last 2 days here, so I'm not going to go over that. The fact that yes, we have abundance amount of gas, we need gas in terms of demand for electrification in Africa, in terms of demand for electrification in Nigeria, in terms of the lack of electrification and lack of clean cooking and clean gas and all that. So that's there. So oil and gas, to a large extent, will play a key role in energy mix today, tomorrow, and in foreseeable future. So oil and gas is not going to go away. But don't let me deviate for the essence of the question. Do we recognize the fact that we have to play in the renewable space? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time play in that space, but keep the revenue generating capacity of the country going. So it will be done in stages. And what are the kind of things which oil and gas companies in Nigeria, especially in the independent petroleum producers group, of which I am part of, we're looking at? The opportunities, and I believe the likes of the Shell and Eni's of this world have shown that, yes, we can start by diversifying our portfolio. So you may decide to say, okay, within our portfolio, take a bit of small portion of equity in an existing renewable company as a way of leveraging knowledge and closing the learning curve that we may have. And of course, it also protects our future, so we grow with that. So that's one option. So diversify our portfolio and invest into renewable companies right now. So we grow together. What does that do to such a renewable company? So you bring the big brother effect. So we have the funding, we have all that, and we also close the gap in terms of learning and development. So that's one. Secondly, there's that opportunity for oil and gas companies to look at research and development collaboration. So look at universities, look at institutes, look at entities that are already established in renewable space, because it's a space we don't understand. So we surely need to go to a learning curve. So at least collaborate in terms of research and development. What does that do? We bring in the funds, it encourages knowledge transfer, we develop our staff, we deploy our own personnel into that area, and we grow in that space. Thirdly, it's about investment in terms of our infrastructure. We have established infrastructure. The 95% of what is generating revenue today, those are established infrastructure that were not necessarily designed around renewable space. They were not designed to be carbon efficient. So the question is, what do we do about the old infrastructure that we have? Are there ways of retrofitting that to become more carbon efficient? That's an area in which oil and gas companies are going to look at. And as a must do, in terms of future projects, if I'm going to take a project to my board today, one of the yardstick will be that it's carbon efficient, are using clean technology to achieve what you want to achieve. So for oil and gas companies on a go-forward basis, it's a must do that new projects must be carbon efficient, must use clean technology. So I just want to say, yes, we're committed to renewable space, but the key thing for oil and gas companies is, as a matter of a must do, use clean energy, clean technology in the future, and also ensure that at least we keep the artery that is generating revenue for the country going on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. I think that was great. As in, key things I noted was that it's in phases, definitely. And obviously that you can play a role given you're already established. There's research and development, there's technology. So thank you for that. I'd like to go to Sumit right now, CEO of Power Gas. So natural gas, we've spoken about it in this conference yesterday, today as well. It's been branded to be cleaner than oil and other fossil fuels. So what collaboration opportunities do you see between the gas industry and the renewable energy sector? And how can these collaborations contribute to a more integrated and sustainable energy landscape in Nigeria?
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. And it's always nice to be amongst the last set of panelists because everything that I'll speak has already been spoken about. Okay, so I like how you said gas has been branded clean. Let's establish the baseline, what we're talking about here, right? We're not Europe, we're not US, we are Africa, we're Nigeria. 90% potential of our energy demand comes from burning diesel, whether we want to see it or not, at least on the off-grid sector, if not on the on-grid. So our baseline is diesel. Now, of course, solar is a perfect solution, but one of the questions that I kept on asking a lot of people was, the solar technology hasn't drastically changed, just the price of panels have fallen in the last 10 years. The face of the sun or the happiness of the sun to Nigeria hasn't changed, right? 10 years ago when we started this business, or 15 years ago, at the time when we used to talk about integrating solar, people were like, no, Nigeria is not meant for solar because the solar exposure and the heat and da-da-da-da-da was not good enough. So obviously the only thing that has changed is finance and the cost of the project itself. And of course, yes, of course, in the last 10, 15 years, we've also pushed ourselves across the limit, whereby I use this terminology a lot, that the cost of not having power or the price of not having power no longer is more important than the price of having power at any cost, right? Because when the solar mini-grid started, I'm talking 5 years ago, 4 years ago, at the time the cost of tariff on these mini-grids were more than 100 naira per kilowatt hour. Just to put that in context, NEPA was 30, gas-based power was 50, and solar mini-grids was more than 100 naira per kilowatt hour. I'm not trying to demean it by any ways, don't take me wrong. The point was, because having power was more important and doesn't matter at what cost. And that's where solar and energy and mini grids and this off-grids have started taking place. And that puts forth the point that, you know, having energy and bridging this gap in specifically the Nigerian landscape was much more important. Coming to our business and how gas and renewables have tried to integrate with each other, right? It's pretty much the same way from a point of view that first we had to solve the problem of getting power available. So so we deal with captive power plants, right? Supplying gas to where there was no gas. Where did the need come from? The need came from that the factories could not afford to keep running on diesel. There were pressures for the multinationals on reducing the carbon emissions, and gas was readily available. We are not a country whereby you have to convince people to switch to gas because it's nicer. It's organically cheaper. And then every business decisions are driven by the commercial intent, right, at the end of the day. And Nigeria is one of the very few countries where switching to gas tick marked all the boxes, right? Import substitution, cheaper energy, carbon emission reduction. We don't have to use dollars for whatever and blah, blah, blah. So that's how the whole process started. And slowly and steadily, we have also noticed that in quite a few of these industries, whereby now they are switched to gas and now they're like, what's next? That's where the solar and renewable solutions are coming in. So we've got factories whereby we have gas-based power plants. Step number one was we switched from diesel to gas. Then I believe in the previous panel we discussed about waste heat recovery. So then on the same power plants, we started delving into the waste heat of the generators and using that heat to whatever efficient way that we can. The third step was, okay, we've done this, what's next? So the third step was we started bringing in solar panels, so covering the roofing sheets of these factories with solar, integrating the solar into the grid of the existing gas-based solutions, and that's how it took up as well. And going forward on the wider scale also, I believe that's how it's going to be. You'll always need to have a base power on the basis of gas or whatever the thermal power plants, as we like to call it here. And then that's where solar starts stepping in, creeping in, providing that intermittent power and having, I will not call it backup, but during the day, whatever we can replace on the gas and the primary source, that's where solar steps in. And that's how we see it's going to be working out on the larger scale as well.
Thank you very much. I think that was clear, and it was in line with what Mr. Dapo said as well regarding phases, regarding collaboration between the renewable sector as well. So thank you. You also mentioned finance, which is what really has changed, and I think that's a good segue to Adaobi, who's a finance professional. I think it's one key aspect that's been very important and has been spoken about in this conference. And so Adaobi, what challenges have you faced in financing renewable energy projects? So I think one of them, which has been spoken about in the conference as well, is when you're supplying gas to undeserved areas, you know, are they commercially viable? What other challenges have you faced? And how can we overcome this and channel more investments into this sector?
Thank you, Foma. There are a number of issues, I think, that we see. I guess the first would be size. A lot of the mini-grid projects are small, and it takes the same amount of energy to finance 100 kilowatts as it would 100 megawatts. And so if you're an equity investor or debt provider, and you had two projects on your desk, and you had to choose, you wouldn't put that energy to 100 kilowatt project. You wouldn't even be able to absorb some of the transaction costs that would be required for it. And there are a lot of mini-grid projects, and I believe that they're needed today. But one of the challenges that we saw in this space was the size issue, which we solved in our own way by creating an asset co. So we created a portfolio company investing into distributed energy to sort of aggregate those costs and make it easier for us to engage in the space. Something else, I guess, that's a bit challenging is like when you talk about renewable energy. I mean, it takes up a lot of the space when you're discussing the climate conversation. But clean cooking is another part of renewable energy. And for me, actually, that's one of the areas where there's a bit of overlap, because when it comes to clean cooking, gas is questionably cleaner than, coal. It's cleaner than cutting down all the trees to cook. And so there is scope there for the gas industry to be part of the conversation, because moving people away from using charcoal, moving away from older traditional methods of cooking into something that's a little more energy efficient is to the benefit of everyone else. But when we talk about the financing of the space, you run into the same issues. Actually, clean cooking is it's more amorphous than even the mini grids, because these are assets that are movable. Even if you finance it today, somebody could up and move house tomorrow. So how are you going to track where your assets are? And the transportation, logistics, it's really host like retail. And so for an infrastructure fund, it makes it challenging for us to finance as an infrastructure project.
Thanks for that. And I think one thing, because I'm also in this space as well, one thing that I would mention is that the NIDF has financed projects in this space with help from agencies and governments. So when you have things like grants, things that are backing the viability of these projects, you're also able to go into these projects. So I think that's one thing I would highlight there as well. I'd like to come to Mr. Olu, Husk Power, our renewable energy rep. So what are the key challenges and opportunities your company has faced in scaling up renewable energy projects? And how do you see the collaboration between the traditional energy sectors as a means for addressing challenges?
Okay, thank you so much. I think it was the last panel, and someone kept saying mini grids and microgrids are needed, right? And thank you for that. People don't believe in what we do, but I think, thank you so much. She's already mentioned quite a few of the challenges they've seen. The mini grid space, to be honest, is quite new. We pioneered it 15 years ago in India. The Nigerian mini grid regulations came in 2016. That's roughly 7 years ago. Right now, there are maybe about 200 commercially viable mini grids. The NEP program took off about 3-4 years ago, has now commissioned 110, 115 mini grids, and then add other mini grids that have been built by private sector players as well in that time. So not up to maybe 200 plus mini grids existing in the country. So it's a new asset class, if I may borrow finance word or phrase. And therefore, financiers at a large scale do not really understand what we do. The impact investors do, the grantors, DFIs at a level do. For Husk, we've been financed by DFIs like Sweat Fund, FMO, now, and also French DFIs like Propaco as well. In our recent financial close of $100 million, both debt and equity, I can't begin to tell you how hard it was to make these people understand what was going to happen or what we're trying to do. It feels so unfortunate to be a trailblazer in the sector, trying to, having the largest fleet of microgrids in the world, raising the highest, largest financing by any mini grid company in the world, being the first mini grid company in the world to become a bit profitable, trying to prove that indeed mini grids should work. Bringing it down to Nigeria, apart from financing, let's not even talk about local financing not being available. Again, do not clearly understand really what we're doing and how we're moving. But kudos to people like NIDF and of course ARM Harriet, who has now put money in certain mini grid developers. I think there's now that understanding coming. So in terms of regulations has been there for 7 years, very good regulations, was borrowed from India, has largely worked, has not been tested, I may add. There are quite a few things in that regulation that has not been tested, but NEC continues to be proactive in also reviewing the regulations, and I think there should be a review out next year. Financing, in terms of local financing, still scratching the surface, hasn't come. So we are largely financed by, DFIs and foreign patient capital. And what this means is that we are then exposed to USD, Naira, fluctuations and things like that when our receivables are largely in Naira, right? And then there's also the large elephant in the room, power, for so long in Nigeria has been viewed as a social good. It is not a social good. And it is now our jobs to be in the forefront to educate large swaths of off-grid communities where we are working to say, no, this is not politics, this is not government, this is private sector led, so it is a business, and the regulations has backed us to, and he said our tariffs was higher. Yes, it has to be higher. We have spent huge amounts of capex and stuff like that, and in most times, we are the first level infrastructure to go into certain communities. So, it's shocking that there are Nigerian communities where there is, the road part is, everybody knows about roads. But not everybody knows that there are still Nigerian communities without phone network, without internet access, without POS, without financial services, without anything. And when we go there, we become the first level infrastructure to go there. It comes with its own challenges because the education for people to understand how these things works is on our part. And then we then have to, because we have to find a way to build what we call thriving rural economies, it is not just about the power, because you can't just give power and work away. If you give power and work away, then you are still stuck at electrification. But everybody knows that electricity is required for various purposes. So,
but I just wanted to check how you see the collaboration with the oil and the gas.
No, so in terms of collaboration, I think, we think in the hybrid model, especially in places like the South where there's a lot of gas, there could be solar hybrid systems that incorporate gas. Now, as a former proponent of gas, I come from that background as well. It has taken us so long to find out what we really need to do to make gas work, right? It is domiciled in the South. There is the opportunity. And of course, there is also opportunities, and he's mentioned it, to support oil and gas, traditional oil and gas companies in their transition. At some level, we've had conversations with certain oil companies, maybe including yours, to support that transition. And that is what we want to continue to be able to help to do with our own experience and everybody learning from us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
go ahead.
If I may add to what he just said, the key thing is within the energy mix, because Nigeria and Africa has three main: energy sufficiency, affordability, right? We have a couple, in terms of the energy trilemma, we have our own peculiar challenges. What I see is there's a need to have side by side within the energy mix. We know oil and gas will play a key role in the future. Renewable will expand in terms of its presence. So there's a need to have a platform whereby there's direct collaboration in terms of, it could be through M&As, it could be through different sort of strategic partnerships between the oil and gas industry and the industry driving the renewable energy space in Nigeria. That, I think, is one key thing that needs to happen. There's also a need for the finance sector to understand that renewable energy for Nigeria is a new space. It will have its gestation period. It does require patient capital. And I think that patient capital most likely will maybe come from equity from oil and gas companies compared to getting from the finance sector. So that might be sort of an area, platform by which I see opportunities for us to collaborate.
Yeah, you're right. Shell at a global corporate level funds some of us. So if it happens in the Nigerian space, I think there's already a textbook and it can be borrowed.
Okay.
Just to be sure, that statement was not meant to demean solar in any way. A statement out of context could mean anything. 20 years ago, if I said I like Donald Trump, it was because of Apprentice. Today, the statement doesn't make sense.
No.
So the point that I was trying to make over there was, again, to the same thing, that on those rural communities, I actually saw some interviews, and when the Daystars and everybody was doing these projects, I saw this one particular interview of a particular community, where the point was that even by paying 150 naira, the community was happy because it was the first time they got power. A mother was able to work in the night to do some extra work when the kids are going to sleep. The guy who was working in the city when comes home in the night could do some work because he had light, and so on and so forth. So obviously the social economic impact of such mini-grid projects is it's beyond. And circling back the same argument, I think we just discussed upon in the previous discussions, right? It's the cost of power. Today, we are talking about strikes. Every time NEPA talks about, DISCOs or GENCOs talk about increasing the tariff, people are talking about getting on the strike and getting outside. But the point is, when you don't have power, people are willing to pay. When you burn diesel at your house, when the grid goes off, it's your choice, right? But you still burn it. The cost of diesel-based power generation as of today is more than 300 naira, probably even more. But we do it. So the point is that the affordability question on certain part of the society is still there. And coming back, it's the same thing, that the cost of not having the power is much higher than the price of the willingness to pay for that power.
And the other thing that we see is now that you have the distribution companies actually willing to give away parts of their networks, you are going to see larger, meaning like they're not mini anymore. You're going to see 1 megawatt and larger. And at that size, you need gas, right, as the backup for those plants. And not just gas, you're going to need CNG or LNG, because a lot of times these are like at the tail ends of the network that you're trying to shore up. So there is scope there for partnership, a lot of scope.
Yeah. Thanks, Olu, and everyone else for your comments. I think we'll come back to you on the economic viability of your projects, because you've raised all this money. I think one thing I would highlight there is, yes, is in dollars, because you mentioned FX, but you know, I'm a proponent. I work in a fund that is local currency, and we always say that infrastructure projects in the energy sector as well do need local currency, long-term, low-cost local currency capital. So that's one thing I would highlight there.
Low cost.
Low. Sumit, I hear you. Yes, so I'd go back to Dapo. In terms of environmental impacts now, so how does your company plan to mitigate environmental impacts during the ongoing energy transition? Just ensuring ecological conservation, and what specific initiatives are being implemented to uphold environmental stewardship in your operations?
Thank you. I think first of all, there is a regulatory bit, and there's also the CSR bit in terms of our sustainability plan as a business. So at a very basic level, we do our environmental impact assessments. We understand the impact of our operations on our direct environment, and of course, right down from our board down, it's a zero tolerance to negative impact on the environment. So with a clear understanding of the baseline of the environments where we operate, it's all about extract oil, but keep the environment in the right order and ensure at least we don't violate any regulatory requirements and all that. But in terms of how we do business, like I said, there's inherited technology, there's technology that we've had all the while. We are now taking a deep look at that to see, okay, what are the things we can change to ensure that at least carbon emission is brought to the minimal, at the very minimal. For new projects going forward, it's a standard gold-plated standard that, yes, deploy clean technology in those new projects. Also, within the communities where we are right now, is looking at alternative options of, can we deploy renewables? Can we deploy solar panels to get electricity? Because one thing which I picked up while we're all discussing is the fact that, yes, we can do compress, we can generate gas to power, but in terms of the funds required to reach all the places where we don't have electrification today, it's quicker, it's faster to go in renewable energy. So for us, that's part of what we have in the mix of looking at, can we look at that in terms of taking electricity to that near host communities and go beyond that to see what we can do. So first is ensure that we have a baseline study of environment. We have a high standard of monitoring and reporting also to see the impact of our operations on the environment on a time-to-time basis. So we'll do monitoring on a monthly basis, and we'll have a board level requirement to report that also. And also start looking at things around what can we do in terms of renewable with the intent of bringing electrification nearby to our host communities and the likes. Because if I want to do gas to power projects, it might be cheaper for me and faster for me to do a renewable project to bring electrification to my host communities. Those are the kind of things we're looking at. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think that's a great point. Obviously, it's something that's already being done, and how you're collaborating with the renewable energy space to mitigate these impacts. So thanks for that. I'll come to Sumit. Given the global push towards decarbonization, how is your company strategizing to balance the demand for natural gas with the imperative to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? And what steps are you taking? So yes, gas is cleaner, but it still says it's still, people say it's still a fossil fuel. So what steps are you taking?
Do you want me to get started?
Go ahead, be brief.
I said about the baseline for Nigeria, right? So not to be politically incorrect about it. Our focus is still about ensuring that we replace the diesel with gas. That in itself, the absolute result of that in itself will be multifold of trying to do 10 megawatts worth of solar. And I mean no disrespect to the renewable sector. It's just about the space that we find ourselves in Nigeria right now. I think I mentioned on the previous time as well, but again, yesterday I was talking to some industry gentlemen, very senior, and I told to them that apart from the greenhouse gases, right, one of the biggest cost element for the manufacturing sector in Nigeria, and the factor that drives inflation in Nigeria, after the raw materials, dollars, energy, is haulage, right? To move every Indomie noodle packet or a bottle of Coke from Lagos, you have to move it somewhere. And as of now, we do that 100% on diesel-based transportation. NIDF, we are part of it, but a lot others are also aware that there's been, apart from everything in the newspapers on CNG as transport, just as haulage, the trucks being converted to gas in itself right now in the last 18 to 24 months has such a long multitude of impact, right? That goes beyond about greenhouse gases, respectfully, right? We're looking at inflation of 30% in December. I think that was one of the reports yesterday. And a lot of that is coming from the cost of haulage, because people manufacturing in Lagos have to move it to Onisha, or people are shutting down factories because otherwise it's turning out to be too expensive to move there. And that's the other aspect of impact where we are doing it. And mind you, it again comes back to the original comment that when we do this, it has both the impacts. It is reducing the greenhouse gases, because everything that we use in this country is Euro 2 standard. We can't import, unless you're selling diesel into the local market, unless it's diesel from his refinery or somebody else's local refinery. The quality of diesel that we get is at best Euro 2. So the quality of emissions that we actually reduce, we as in the sector reduces just by switching to gas, is having a much higher impact, just because of the quality of equipment and vehicles and trucks and generators that we use in this country. So from that point of view, I think our medium to short term or short to medium term goal is still focused more on gas, on where and what verticals of the society and on the business we can replace the diesel with the gas element. And mind you, when I say gas, I'm talking the entire gas value chain. It's not just CNG or LNG or pipeline or LPG. It's everything. Because it's commercially viable, it's organically 30-40% less carbon emission reductions. And the other aspect is, I know carbon's the superhero, he's the Superman of the DC League when it comes to pollutants, but it's also the SOx and the NOx that come out when you use the diesel in Nigeria. I mean, I run on the streets. I know every time I pass a house and the kgs of black smoke that I smoke in. And so imagine if you don't have to do that, or we are on the grid, or we are on renewables, or we are on gas-based power, it doesn't come out. And that is actually the one which causes more pollution than the CO2. Not saying that CO2 is good, but even from that point of view, I mean, let's be adults about all of this, right? Rather than just saying what the IFC wants to say.
Thanks, Sumit. We see the great work you're doing in that space, and so that's why you're here, and that's why the Energy Institute has invited you to share on your experience in that space. I'd like to come to Adaobi again on financing. So obviously over the last 2-3 years, even more, people have been saying, well, if it's oil, no, we're not financing. So there has been decreasing financing in the space. So how do you believe we can achieve a balance in maintaining energy security, which often relies on conventional sources, but we're also facilitating this transition to renewable energy? Because finance is key. So they all need you. All of them need you in this room. So how do we achieve this delicate balance?
That's a good question. Well, I think first off, when you look at the space, like the amount of infrastructure that is needed in the country, clean energy being just a portion of that. Beyond that, we have transport, and other needs. I always believe that there's enough space for everything, right? We can't say that we want to wait until we get gas or oil to where we would like it to be before we start to finance green infrastructure. We have to support both. There are enough people in country. The oil majors and the independents already have one operational asset, right, and a long history of operation in the country, which automatically makes it easier for them to raise financing. On the other hand, renewables don't have that long history, and they don't have that same benefit. So they have more skeptical, or would I say a harder path to finance, to raising finance, even though it doesn't feel that way, right? So when you listen to the IFC and everybody, and the conversation is all about green financing, green infrastructure, climate, beneficial infrastructure, it feels like that's where all the money goes. But in real terms, that's not where all the money goes. The money still goes towards conventional. And you're actually finding it more difficult extracting that, financing to go towards renewable. And so I think that the guys who have it difficult raising financing are the mini-grid guys. I'm sure that will tell you. And we've seen as well, just firsthand, trying to actually invest equity in mini-grid projects, just how hard it is for us, and we wanted to do it, right? So you can imagine maybe people like, commercial banks who are being encouraged to invest in the off-grid space. They're being encouraged because they don't see it, they don't understand it, and they're being pressured because they have all these, things they've signed up to that say, well, you need to move more of your balance sheet towards green energy, but they just can't even portion the risk. So from my perspective, right, I think the big boys already know how to raise money. The small guys are still, sort of figuring it out. And maybe that's why there's a lot of discussion, trying to encourage more people. You see a lot of DFIs trying to either on lend through the commercial banks, which the ones I've seen haven't actually been successful. You see all kinds of interventions not quite working because first the actual commercial banks themselves or other financing institutions have to also believe and want to actually do that, to be able to do the work, to understand the market. Otherwise, they'll never be able to really support it.
I'd like to delve deeper into this question and your comments. So yes, you've said the oil and gas, they have operating assets, but just coming to the mini-grid companies, you've talked about interventions as well. So what is it? What can work? People are trying, money is rushing towards that sector. There's climate financing, climate projects, all sorts of things, but you said that they're still finding it challenging. What do you think can work?
So the reason why it's difficult is because at the end of the day, it's still a retail business. So it's not like you won't, 100 megawatt solar plant will not find it difficult to raise financing because it would have a PPA backed by some, guarantee for offtake and payment, and that's your traditional infra, and that would not struggle. But your mini-grid will, because you have anywhere between 300 to 3,000 off-takers, and they're vending, and there are no guarantees for that. And so if you were a commercial institution, you took one look at that, you're like, nope. Who's going to, what if everybody wakes up and has a family meeting and say we're not buying power anymore? Like, what happens? it's just not, they don't see it. Although, when you think about it, people are willing to pay 150 naira and more to have that power. And that tells you how important it is. Volume-wise, they might not be using that much electricity, but the one that they are going to be vending is going to be critical to them. And that makes the case for why they will continue to vend. But it's the shift, it's a mental shift for the commercial institution, away from your traditional PPA type power project to this one that is more customer facing and really retail structured.
Thank you. Thank you for going into detail.
Will it be right to say a change in the risk appetite?
Sort of, but the truth of the matter is that you have people finance or banks finance all kinds of retail businesses. They're willing to do the work to understand that business and its drivers. They need to do the same thing for mini grids as well.
Thank you.
I think we just need to give more examples of mini grids working. The first interconnected mini grid was just commissioned last week. That's how far we still are. So we would continue to give the financing institutions the right examples, and then they will get more comfortable.
No, I would say there has to be a recognition that it's a must-do.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a must-do, but it's going to be a long journey. If that recognition is there, whether it's in the financing world, oil and gas industry, regulatory bodies and all that, if we all recognize the fact that, yes, within the next 5 to 10 years, renewable energy has a key role to play in Nigeria. We have the opportunity, we have massive amount of gas. We have the opportunity to play a dominant role both in providing gas and also exporting the knowledge from renewable energy to sub-Saharan Africa and the likes. Then we can then set out on that journey. But it's not something that would turn off the tap to oil and gas and say we're going to go to renewable energy. So I guess the recognition has to be there, and everybody has a role to play in that journey.
Thank you, Dapo. I'm going to come to Olu. We've spoken about the challenges of raising financing that these developers face, but you have raised financing. You've been successful in this space. So how does Horsepower ensure economic viability of its projects? And are there innovative business models or financial strategies to achieve sustainability while delivering affordable energy to your customers?
I think it's one, and I know there was a panel on technology. One is to recognize the role that tech has to play for us and becoming a bit profitable in 2 key markets, India and Nigeria last year. It was just all about a platform approach, what we call a platform approach to providing this thing. So our business model is simple. Go in there, we'll build the grids, provide power. On top of that, we would go ahead to sell appliances to the customers. There is a huge risk there. It's not just selling those appliances, but we'll finance them as well. So we'll finance everything from household appliances to agro-processing equipment to all sorts of appliances. And then we'll go ahead to support everything power can drive. If it is e-mobility, we will support it. If it is agro-processing, we will build a plan to support the community to be able to run it. If it is irrigation, if it is cold storage, we are operating 2 cold storage facilities in Nigeria as we speak. If it is anything, we are also doing e-mobility by ourselves because the power is there and the community needs to move around goods and services. If it is a fishing community, they need to find a place to store their fish. It is just about transiting from electrification to building thriving rural economies, which in the sense you are creating sustainable development, you are putting literally power in people's hands. They are able to do more. They are then able to see the value that power brings. And then, that orientation around power being a social good begins to go away. And it is not just us taking this approach. I think the industry is also very keen on demand stimulation, productive use, even folks like the REA, with the NEP program are supporting all of that. But then it is then being able to also understand socioeconomic behavior. One thing you should know, every Nigerian village is different. Even if they are 2 kilometers away, 1 kilometer away, they are all different. There is only one Nigerian state that is one tribe state. I won't call the state, but that is how diverse we are. And if you go in there, you need to understand socioeconomic behavior. And again, while we've spoken about mini grids for so long, and the fact that they are the least they provide the lowest cost efficient way to electrify people, it is also not everywhere that needs mini grids. It is also being able to say, hang on, based on whatever survey, whatever pragmatic approach we want to take, maybe a mini grid is not a solar mini grid is not the right thing to go in here. There is a place for solar home systems. There is also a place for other smaller technologies to go in, and then people begin to grow from there. It has been proven that in sub-Saharan Africa, the sales of solar home systems began to dip 2-3 years ago. It is not because people are no longer buying them. It is because people's improvement, and they call it Maisha Bora in Swahili, meaning good life. People have now tasted something and they want more. They want to go from just charging a phone to watching TV. I've seen people go from 0G to 3G, and the next day they're asking me to say, look, this network is not helping, YouTube is buffering. I'm like, but 2 days ago you did not even have YouTube. So understanding those things and how power is an enabler for various activities, healthcare, education, and then looking at it that way is part of an approach that we've taken to ensure that viability is there, and that the communities we serve understand that and work with us to achieve that viability.
Thank you. Thank you very much for highlighting that, because I think we've also noticed that it's the companies who actually go in, do the studies, and encourage more investments in that sector. That's how investments are driven. So thank you for that. I think this has been a great panel. I'd like the interactions between all the panelists. And I'd like to open up the floor for questions now. Are there questions in the room before we close? Please, can somebody hand a...
Just going to reiterate what Ifya said. This is a very good panel. Thank you very much. And Adelbi, I'm sorry we didn't introduce you on time. Apologies for that. Just a quick one for you, Olu. By the way, Husk is the Energy Access Award winner from the Energy Institute. So please, a round of applause. They got this award last year. I hope you've reapplied for the award for this year.
I'll speak to William on that.
Please do. And we're really proud of you.
Thank you.
And this was an award that a couple of other organizations from all over Africa applied for, and you guys won this. So we're really impressed. My question, before I start hailing Energy Institute too much, is you spoke about, I love this session because it really speaks to what the Energy Sustainability Conference is about, which is bringing all the sectors together and everyone sort of communicating and talking about the issues that we have. Now, my question is, you know how social-wise, oil and gas, with all the regional issues they have, you've just spoken about rural areas that you're working at, and it's automatically telling me that not only are they learning from you, but there might be some things you need to learn from them. These nuances you face in the rural areas, saying how diverse they are there any examples? You don't have to say where. What were the issues? How did you deal with them? Is there anything oil and gas can learn from that?
Like I said, I have a background in gas as well, so a few things I learned from them, or we learned from them. Managing communities is difficult, very difficult. But what we've done is, I would usually go into a community and let them know it's a marriage. It is for better, for worse. We are not coming here to just put this infrastructure and walk away. We are coming to work with you, so there's a win-win for everybody. And when we go there, of course, you know, we have local technicians, local salespeople, local guards who are all from the community. By regulation, there is also something called a village power committee, which is, you know, members of the community and ourselves on that committee. And typically, we will allow the community go back. There's 12 to 15 members from the community. Select your people, but make sure there is a woman representative, there is a youth representative, and every tribe in that community has to be represented. And then from there, what you get is a mix of, you know, everybody with, you go into some of these communities and you see 7 to 10 tribes all living together. Yes, it's shocking. You know, like I said, it is only one Nigerian state that is one tribe. Yes, Bayelsa. Bayelsa is all Ijaw. That is the only state that is one tribe, one culture. The rest of Nigeria has multi-tribes, the Igbos have, name it, the Yorubas have various tribes and various, yes, the same language, different dialect, different culture, different understanding. That is how diverse we are, you know. So, but again, it's just being able to go in, understand the people, localize things, because everything there is local. What is it that they do? What is their culture like? What food? You know, who are the most important people to engage with? You first of all have to understand from religion standpoint also, what, you know, what is the religion, how many mosques, how many churches. We go as deep as that, because that also tells you how religious they are, how influential the religious leaders can be. And then there is also one thing that is very, very important with every Nigerian community that we've been in, or that I've been in, from north to south. There is always a football viewing center. That is our fourth religion. That is the largest religion in Nigeria, football. You know, you'll be shocked that even women football at 2 a.m., these guys are watching it, and yet they do not have power from the grid. I'm serious. Anyway, so those are the things we've kind of done. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
My question for you is, Olu, you've done your customer enumeration, you've gathered your data, you've signed your PPA, you built your off-grid solution. I know what happens. Most rural roads will initially be resistive. But as time goes on, as you start having increase in population of cottage industries, you move from resistive load to inductive load. I know what inductive load means. I bring in my welders with a power factor of 0.4. I'll demand a lot of current from your power generators, and a lot of that current I take will be off, will be wasted as inductive reactive power supply. Are you going to take me off your network with that kind of load? Which I've brought to that community?
No, we won't. In fact, 2 weeks ago, 2 Saturdays ago, I was at one of the communities, and when we were coming out, there are like quite 4 on the road, and then on the third one, we saw one welder already connected and using his welding machine. The second one wasn't connected, and I jumped out of the car and I went to connect him. We want more of those people. Now, the thing is, the systems these days and technology is so ahead that modular systems will always happen. There's a lot, and we have, you know, maybe different from a few other players in our space. We are so data-driven. You know, we have our own in-house proprietary IoT. Today, I can tell you something for free. 80% of our payments on power on a month-on-month basis is automated. I don't know when we don't know when the customers pay. They just make payment, there's an integration, and they get their power. They don't even like you and I. That's how technology has gone ahead because of smart metering and remote monitoring solutions. So we can always tell capacity utilization for the plants, and then begin to predict, you know, when are we going to be able to, and these systems are always modular these days, right? When are we going to be able to double capacity and expand, you know, either on the distribution side or on the generation side, because more and more customers like yourself are being added. Even bakeries are being added. You know, that's the approach. We will not take you off.
Okay, sorry, let me follow up on that question. You see, the starting current for such machines usually 4 to 6 times the running current. And you know what it means? If 3 welders switch on at the same time, you know what it will do to your generators, the windings, in terms of heating?
We don't use generators.
Okay, if it's solar that you're using, you know the implication.
We use inverters, which are a bit different.
Okay, so it will create a lot of capacitive
yes, I agree. I agree. But
can
these
you continue ad infinitum to allow such machines to be added onto your network?
there will never be ad infinitum. Some things like welding, even in the cities, welding is not. You have to drive around to find a welder, right? Again, the communities are always different. There are things that will drive them, but like you said, will it be ad infinitum? No. Again, why we sell appliances is to also be able to guide the customers on the right energy efficient appliance to use. So instead of going to buy, have you seen those welders? I have some pictures that they typically will use in the community that is constructed. Have you seen where people are using air conditioner compressors for freezers? That is the norm. But what our goal is when we come in there is to be able to work with them and advise them and finance them to move on to more energy efficient appliances. Even welding machines these days are, they're energy efficient ones, the smaller ones, and be able to use those to support what we do.
Okay, any other questions? I'd like to close now. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists again. A round of applause. I learned a lot. This was a great panel. In terms of lessons, there is collaboration that is required, and not just from the traditional or conventional industries to the renewable energy, but it can also be that the other way. So there are things that they can also learn from them. Finance is key. Finance is critical. Local currency financing is critical. So in forging a path towards a more sustainable future, it's essential to recognize that a truly sustainable energy system is one that ensures not only environmental responsibility, but also energy security. I trust that you found the discussion enlightening, and thank you for joining us today. Have a good evening.
As they take their photographs, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for them. There's a separation going on. Please integrate. All right. A very big thank you to everybody who's joined us, both online and live here. We thank you very much for making the Energy Sustainability Conference a success. Please, let's find our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you, first of all, to all our sponsors, Aradel Holdings, KPMG, Walter Smith, GE Vernova, Seplat Energy, Genesis, Capital Club, and ETC, the Energy Training Center. A big round of applause to the audience in-house. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You guys have been fantastic. Over the course of 2 days, it's been a pleasure seeing your beautiful faces. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close, as we round up, I'd like to invite a very special member of this conference, Mahmoud Modibo, an EI Nigeria committee member, to give us the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together as he comes up on stage.
Good evening. My own is the easiest one, just vote of thanks, to thanks everybody. Going through the program, it's been a very enriching 2 days. I hope we all learn a lot. We able to gather a lot of experience, knowledge, sharing, and what have you. Before I say the final thank you, I just want to ask my colleague in the Energy Institute, after all this, what next? Because a lot of knowledge has been generated here, ideas. How do we influence national conversation on energy in Nigeria? Anytime I look at Nigerian economic summits in Abuja, Energy Institute has the platform for us to achieve this in Nigeria. So I think we need to take it a bit further. We've sat in this room talking to ourselves and whatever. The people in Abuja just discussing. So I don't know how this one connect and able to, for us to able to enter government and able to influence what is happening to make sure that we're able to shape energy this in the country. For me, I play in the one when I start today hearing about sustainability, I play in the diesel market. So I don't know. I'm in trouble. So. On behalf of the ESCO of Energy Institute Nigeria, I want to thank all the major sponsors. I want to thank all our speakers who came around. It's very enriching in the last 2 days. Sitting down listening today, I've gained a lot, especially in the area of gas and regulation and what have you. So I also want to thank our back office who have been very are doing a great job. The cameras, the photographers, the ladies that serves us water and the rest. I think they've done a wonderful job. So thank you very much. On behalf of Energy Nigeria Institute, I want to thank all of you. Wish you a safe journey back to your destination. We look forward to your attendance in future invitations to attend our programs. Once again, thank you very much.
Take photographs, the committee members of Energy Institute, and everyone here. There's not a lot of people. Thank you. But we'll do our own first, she said.
All right, so we'll start with the committee members. Energy Institute first. They're pulling rank.
Sugar kisses, oh, they melt in your mouth. Ooh, candy wishes, keep them coming
somehow
around. Oh, now sugar is sugar is sugar. You think you know now about
I don't think there are many photographs that two of you are not together.
Sugar is sugar. Mix it up with this love thing for a treat.